Everybody, welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting, March 26, 2024. If you could just take a moment and silence your cell phones. If anybody wants to sign up to speak during the meeting, you pass the sign up desk out in the hall, so just make your way out there to sign up if you haven't already and you decide you want to speak. If you could just please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, we have, first item on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda. We do have some questions regarding item F, but not to consider it separately, just some questions about it. Let's first, do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Please ask.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's more of a statement around item F, and I'm looking at the condemnation of an easement needed for Hominy Creek Greenway. There's been over a decade of work to realize the Hominy Creek Greenway, and I'm really familiar with this project in this area because I used to live around the corner on Sand Hill Road. There are neighbors here in the room tonight that have serious questions they feel are still unanswered. And the condemnation of property for an easement is not the ideal situation that we prefer to see, I know, as an organization. So I have and will continue to work towards healthy relationships between neighbors, encouraging constructive dialogue and behavior through times of conflict, so we can work towards the public interest of taking better care of each other and our mountain home. I'm going to be supporting this tonight because I appreciate staff's effort to move towards including the work to answer questions that remain and to pursue solutions.
Okay, thank you. If there's not any other questions or comments, we do have a few people signed up to speak under the consent agenda. All right, we have, so for folks who are going to speak on the consent agenda, please watch the lights on the lectern. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Green means go, orange means you're getting close to stop, and red means stop. So the first person signed up to speak is Jack, I think it's Eigelman, or I think
Eigelman.
Eigelman, thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Jack Eigelman, you got it right. Pronounce it right, thank you. I serve as the chair of the Multimodal Transportation Commission, but I'm speaking to you as a trustee of the Friends of Hominy Creek Greenway. So I just wanted to make a statement about the condemnation, which is the item on it, and speaking on behalf of our trustees. I helped establish the Friends of Hominy Creek Greenway in 2012 after the city purchased the land, and we've had a memorandum of understanding with the city, which I think has been really fruitful and just a fantastic relationship. But first, I'd really like to thank the City Council for your work in expanding our public park system and transportation network by making it more equitable and accessible and beneficial to all who live here. Second, I'd like to appreciate the many city staff who helped the Friends of Hominy Creek Greenway. That includes the crew who worked with us last summer to untangle a mass of exotic species and plants that are on the Greenway. And it's also the staff from Parks and Rec and Transportation that help us plan and execute projects. One of those is just finishing up right now. We raised $45,000 to do significant trail restoration and stream bank restoration on the Sand Hill end of the trail. I'm also grateful to my fellow trustees and volunteers, our community, and especially our Greenway neighbors who work with us to make this such a excellent green space for all. We hope that today we can begin the healing process and work together to continue to make the Hominy Creek Greenway a special place for everyone in the city to use and enjoy. And I'd like to invite the council and everyone in the chamber, everyone tuned in, and especially our neighbors to join us on Sunday, April 14th at 10 a.m. for our regular work day. We're going to be planting live stakes along Buttermilk Creek to wrap up the trail restoration. And the service day is really, I think, a celebration of our work together as a community, as a city, to steward this exceptional section of urban green space. I hope to see you all there. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your service. Monica Hall.
My name is Monica Hall. I've lived in Asheville for 21 years. My family and I are aware the city is going to move ahead with the condemnation of our land. Still, I want to introduce myself so you have a person to the name. I feel it's important I go on record to state some facts and a couple opinions. We support the mission of the Greenway, but we are hoping the city can either, one, create a larger easement, including all of the obvious hazards, or two, include language in the contract that protects us from acts of God. The project has been poorly executed from the beginning, but you have a chance to do the right thing in getting it completed. On December 30th, 2023, we were sent the city's appraisal of our land. The appraisal was ordered on May 25th. That's 7 months waiting for that information. Around this time last year, we were asked by the city to agree to an easement with specific parameters, and we were given a deadline of 3 p.m. on May 10th to agree to it. We were offered $8,000 for a 6-foot wide easement. Our attorney let the city attorney know we were ready to sign, but then at 2:08 p.m., we were informed the city staff refused the 6-foot path and the offer switched to a 30-foot width, a dimension we had not heard before, but is apparently standard. That's over 4 times the size we had been discussing for months. We had to start over, and starting over is expensive. On August 22nd, we met with Brad and Lucy in our attorney's office and came to a handshake agreement that we would explore a city lease contract for a private land. Both city officials stated it was a good idea and asked us to come up with a list of what we wanted. We worked with our attorney on the details of that scenario, and then when we approached the city, we were informed a lease was not an option. I doubt that any city official was confused by the rules, so if you purposely engaged me and my attorney for periods of time, making it seem like we were going to have various agreements, but we're just running up our legal fees, I know not to confuse legal processes with ethics, but I feel like this was an unethical tactic. It looks very much like the city purposely drew out negotiations to lead us, I guess. I assumed all negotiations were in good faith, but looking back on these types of encounters, it doesn't appear so. The purpose of city government is to serve all citizens. You have a lot of people you need to make happy with this Greenway, and we are just one family. Brad has been as helpful as he can be under the circumstances, but it seems city government as a unit has been playing dirty with our hard-earned money. Our attorney bowed out back in May, telling us he had never had clients treated so badly in his 5 decades of practice. By that time, we had gone into debt paying for his counsel. The land had been up for sale for at least 2 times before we bought it. If you were serious about this project, you had multiple opportunities to obtain the land. You only chose to do so when you had a soft target, more vulnerable than the powerful, wealthy church, I presume. The topography of the rest of the trail is nothing like my yard, poses little danger to anyone using it. That section on my private property poses serious risk to anyone walking below the steep slope, so please establish the Greenway, but do not put me and my family on the hook for the rest of our lives with ongoing expenses.
Thank you. Paul Olszewski. Oh, different Paul. You're the next Paul. There's the first Paul. Sorry.
Hi there. I'm Monica's husband. I had a 12-word speech to tell you everything we've had to go through, but I'm not going to do that to you. I realize this is going to happen. It is a special piece of land, and when we bought the property, I instantly started removing invasives and fixing the stream embankment down that was eroded away, moved a bench that a tree eventually fell on top of because I knew it was a danger to the public. I've been doing everything I can to ensure that public safety. I had Mark Foster, your city arborist, come out because I've been talking to people from Friends of Hominy Creek, the city, maintenance crews, and everyone I can who's part of this greenway. Because I want to really work with everybody involved and be a part of this because I love the land, I love to work the land, I want to continue to do that. And if you walk through it in a few months, you'll see all the beautiful flowers that are growing where there was, you know, mud washing away. Anyway, I talked to Mark Foster, city arborist, hoping I could show him some of the trees I thought were a possible danger to the public. He came onto our property and he did note that there were several trees that are dangerous to the public. He marked them on his list, and at the end of our hour-long, you know, talk about just about everything, I said, "What's going to happen now?" And he said, "Well, I'll file it, I'll send you a letter." And then I said, "What's going to happen after that?" He said, "You're going to have to remove those trees." And I was under the impression that the city was going to help us and to protect people, but they're going to put the cost on my family because that tree was outside the 30-foot easement that they're proposing. It was about 50 feet away. Since we bought the property, 5 trees have fallen from outside that easement and crashed onto that path. Now, I'm very aware, well, some of them are living trees that nobody knows are going to come down. The slope is like this. The roots just come out from under the trees and they fall on the property. Brad's telling us that there's no way the city can protect us and that we have to pay for every tree for the rest of our lives that poses a danger to anyone walking through our property. We would hope that someone can find a way to change this. We're willing to sign an agreement for the easement, but we have to keep going and protect our family, protect my kids from inheriting this problem. We've also, the 4 acres of land next to us went up for sale, and I was beneficial in helping get that property bought by my friend and my brother-in-law. Most of that property is conserved, and all those trees will stay the way they are. There's only going to be 2 houses built on the 4 acres. It was part of our agreement, and I just want you to know that I hope the best for that property.
Thank you. Paul
Thank you.
Howell?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, Jerry out in the hall, thank you for signing everybody up, and Maggie, the glue that holds everything together. Tonight, a rarity for me. I come to say thank y'all. Thank y'all for the safety measurements enacted on Woodford Street between Broadway and North Market Street, with the removal of bushes that were blocking people's view from crossing the street, and placement of 2 20-mile-per-hour speed limit signs, which slowed everybody down, almost everybody. Still got some people that race through there. I want to say thank you for that. I'm here now asking that y'all continue implementing safety measurements to protect pedestrians from Oak Street to North Market Street on Woodford Street. Because they come around that corner like bats out of Hades. They come around that corner like bats out of Hades, flying around that corner. And by the time they see them 20-mile-per-hour speed limit signs across through the red light, it's really too late for them to slow down. So now, on weekend morning, there's a lot of elderly people and kids walking over there doing the market. A lot of people still fly through there. I see that the motion was made that the speed limit is reduced from 2 to 20 miles per hour from Oak Street to North Market Street. I ask y'all to pass this because that will eventually save a whole lot of heartache around there in that street still. I still got a minute. I'm not used to this, but thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. David Moritz?
First of all, I want to thank you all for all the work you've been doing. It's very much appreciated. I want to talk about the speed limits. And I was just visiting Atlanta. I know some of you are very familiar. And the Beltline had throngs of people on it. In fact, almost the only place in Atlanta that has throngs of people, including children playing. And made me think, something that all of us have witnessed before, it's not new, that the chance of getting hit by a car on a pedestrian-only street is 0%. So I appreciate the reduction of the speed limit. I think anything for pedestrian safety, especially in a walkable area, is very important. But I think we should start thinking about streets where the speed limit should be 0, where only pedestrians can be. For example, a good test would be Wall Street. There's no reason any car needs to be on Wall Street except maybe for delivering goods to restaurants. If you look at other cities that have created pedestrian walkways, even though there's some resistance, they tend to actually increase the business on those streets. And also better serve families that have children that can eat in a restaurant and not be concerned about them getting hit by a car. So I appreciate the thoughts of making our city safer for pedestrians. It's something that I'm very focused on. I'm trying to do projects that are walkable. And I think it's about time that we have the courage to make some streets just for pedestrians, which is really what people go downtown for. It's to walk around, not necessarily to drive around. So appreciate reducing the speed limit, but I think we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we don't have anyone else signed up under consent. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is adopted. We have a number of presentations tonight. We're going to start with the Cease the Harm audit. Maggie Burleson, our city clerk, and I had a brief chat about whether or not she's going to run that timer, because we technically give everyone 10 minutes for presentations, but we've got some really, we've got some presentations that might take a little longer, and we'd like to hear them all. So no timer tonight, but we're mindful of the time. So first, I'm introducing Rachel Wood, our Assistant City Manager, who's going to introduce the Cease the Harm presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As a quick reminder, in December 2022, the Community Reparations Commission took action directing the city and county to conduct a Cease the Harm audit, looking at our operations as well as our contracts and partnerships in the community, and making sure that no additional harm was being inflicted against the Black community in Asheville. Since that time, city staff partnered with Buncombe County to develop a scope of work and ultimately select a firm, Carter Development Group, to conduct this first of its kind audit. That audit is now complete. There have been a series of presentations starting in January with the Community Reparations Commission, and you all received a copy of the audit report 2 weeks ago via email from myself. So we have had excellent partners. We were very lucky with the firm that submitted and ultimately was selected to conduct this body of work. And it is my pleasure to introduce both Dr. Adrian Carter as well as Dr. LaShawna Wiggs, who served on the team that helped prepare this historic and first of its kind Cease the Harm audit report.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, thank you for having us here. Deborah, Brad. I'm Dr. Adrian Carter with the Carter Development Group, so we're going to go through this presentation and discuss our findings and some of our recommendations around the Cease the Harm audit. As Rachel Wood just mentioned, we specifically started this back in August 1st of last year, and we looked at information, data that was collected from July 1st of 2020 all the way to June 30th of 2023. And we looked at the July 1st date because that was when the reparations resolutions were first passed by both county and city. We looked at 7 key areas, those being economic development, education, health and wellness, criminal justice, and we also took a look at the internal workforce and the equity offices for both the county and the city. And as mentioned, a number of presentations, including preliminary presentations and some follow-up presentations, have also been made to the community reparations group. And on last week, we also presented a similar presentation to Buncombe County Council, the commissioners. The team, we had about 12 folks on the team. I'm joined here by Dr. Wiggs, who was our program manager, project manager on this particular project, and she's also the economic development lead. So her and her team conducted the study on the economic development. Our firm, this is talking about our values, very solution oriented. So everything that we do is how do we find solutions in this process? Our motto is that it's not the problem that counts, it's the solution. We are strategically in line and community focused. And we do conduct the work that we do by the Ellison model, inclusive community building approach. So let's go ahead and jump into the meat and potatoes, as they say, of this particular audit that we conducted. We looked at 30 metrics across the 7 impact focus areas and developed about 108 recommendations. And if it seems like a lot, consider that if you look at just 7 times 10, that's going to be about 70. And it's also split between the city and the county. So not all recommendations are solely the cities or solely the counties. We developed a particular methodology to conduct this work called the Racial Equity Harm Assessment Compass. And what it does is it looked at the opportunity, which are programs, services, resources, and pathways that support the quality of life for residents. Then we looked at representation. So we asked what demographic data of the program, service, and resources are benefactors. We also wanted to know, how do people know about these programs, services, resources, and pathways? So what are the outreach campaigns to raise awareness? And then lastly, we also looked at access, and that access being, what are policies and procedures? Are there costs? What are the roadblocks that may prevent people from actually accessing these services? What are the limitations around them? In conclusion of our study, we identified 4 key theme harms that were consistent throughout all of our findings. Number 1 is that there's insufficient data-driven practices to determine the level of African American participation in county and city opportunities. And insufficient data-driven practices comes out of this being a new type of study where we're looking at how harm is being assessed. So prior to that, there might not be questions that were being asked. But now that we're asking these type of questions, you're not going to find that. The data is there. So how do we begin to develop better data-driven practices? Also, key harm 2, insufficient evaluation practices of grant recipients. So there are a lot of dollars that come out in grant fundings, but how are we assessing program effectiveness to ensure that those grant dollars are doing or having the outcomes that we want them to have? Key harm 3, limited affordable housing supply for purchase or rental across the county and city. And most importantly, it's compounded by a lack of cohesive strategy among county and city officials and key stakeholders. And key harm 4, county and city governments staff lack wide-scale racial equity training to create baseline knowledge of equitable practices. In key harm 4, there has been some training that has taken place within the city, such as GARE, but those have been at department head levels or your higher executive administrative levels. So how do we get all staff trained with baseline racial equity information or education?
Dr. Carter, I have a
Yes.
quick question to make sure I understood your first slide. So does key harm number 1 essentially say anytime there is no data, that in and of itself is a harm?
Correct. Correct. The lack of data is a harm. We have about 8 recommendations that we're going to share with you today from the 108. These are what we refer to as high impact inclusive community building recommendations. Number one, we'll talk a little bit more in detail. We're going to look at designating legacy communities or historic cultural districts. And let's just go through, we could just go to number one, go through that. In light of urban renewal and what some of the challenges, especially when we look at gentrification and whatnot, one of the recommendations is either designate legacy communities as historic or cultural districts in response to what those urban renewals and potential for gentrification. Now, I do understand that depending on the research you look at, there's research that says by deeming a particular location historic, that it can also create gentrification. But what's also important to know about that is when you look at the different research and articles that's been written about this, it really boils down to how you all decide to shape what the historic district looks like and what are the parameters you put in place around it. So if you put in place that you want to make it an economic boom and you want prices to go up and you want to develop in the area, well, then that's going to be the result. If you also decide that you don't want the area to be developed and to be preserved in a particular way, then that also gives you a different outcome. Number two, economic development. Of course, housing, huge issue. Second major issue is economic development. And even based on your own disparity report, you find that part of the challenge with the utilization of minority businesses is the challenge of readiness. So you have underutilization, but you also have lack of readiness. In other words, companies who are prepared to do the work and come on board and partner with the city or with the county. So what we consider doing is USAspending.gov is a dashboard engine that's currently active right now. So for federal government contracting, you can go to USAspending.gov and look at the history of expenditures that's happened per company, per NAICS codes across the industry. So our idea here is if you duplicated something at the county and city level, then that will inform businesses of how expensive or how spending has gone over the past 5, 10 years, however long you want to make this particular length of time. And now you're informing a business what they can and should be looking for. So if the city is spending in this category or in this particular area and your business does not do that, well, now you can see where you can pivot your business and begin to have some opportunities to have some more readiness for you to respond to those procurement opportunities. This recommendation on developing a Black Chamber of Commerce is not something for the city itself to do. This is a community-led initiative. But it does play a role in the ecosystem, which is what we're trying to ultimately create, an economic development ecosystem. So if you take the dashboard in consideration, and then you take the chamber into consideration, such as a Black Chamber, you then have opportunities for a Black Chamber to focus specifically on Black businesses to now get procurement dollars or grant dollars in to prepare with that readiness issue. You now have businesses with the opportunity to get access to capital, capacity building, networking and collaboration. So by creating, you have your chamber, you have your dashboard, you begin to, again, build that ecosystem where folks can respond and have some readiness for the city. Number 4, in terms of criminal justice, implement a skills assessment in form of measurable scenario-based recorded training and pre and post testing. And what that simply means is a lot of the training that happens in police departments is just regular classroom training. This type of training specifically looks at videotaping or recording officers placed in a scenario, and then you give them feedback on how they responded to identify what their biases were in that particular scenario. So recorded based gives us a more measurable scenario-based recorded training. It makes it measurable. It's a lot more real in being able to identify those type of biases. Develop a collective affordable housing plan in partnership of county, city, and other stakeholders. There are a lot of stakeholders that we came across that's dealing with matters of housing, from the Bowens report to what the county is doing, to what the city is doing, and the need for an updated affordable plan, affordable housing plan, which I know there is now research being done in that area. Number 6, hire contract strategic partnership grant education subject matter experts. What we found is in the education domain, or in the education IFA, is when looking at grant dollars going out for education purposes, whether it's for early childhood education or it's for a park program or after-school program, anything that's educationally related, is how are you ensuring that it's actually having an impact on the opportunity gap that the city wants to close. So again, by using a subject matter expert to develop particular assessments or measures in the process, we're hoping that you have a more accountable and better outcomes. Number 7, internally, when we looked at the workforce, we understood that with some of the challenges that have happened within the internal workforce, what we saw was that your hiring manager is very involved in the process of selecting someone to move into a position, whether as a new hire or through advancement. And the challenge that we see with that is, because there's not necessarily any additional oversight and there's a lot of latitude with the hiring manager, that there is a lot of opportunity for bias to be in the process. So instead of using an interview panel process, our recommendation is that you move to a search and screen committee process. And that's detailed in the report on why moving to that process would be more effective, because you're now inserting more people in the process to do the screening of the applicants, not just the hiring manager. And therefore, you hope to get a better outcome with more people looking at it. And you can, again, the goal here is to mitigate bias from the process and make it more equitable for those who are applying for those positions. And lastly, to also mitigate bias within the system is looking at the equity office, and also in partnership with the internal workforce, the human resources department, is the need to conduct a workforce equity audit in addition to the all-staff racial equity training. I'm trying to recall specifically if it's the county or city who has either not done a staff engagement survey at all or within 5 years. So that means you have staff who have not had an opportunity beyond just going to HR, but that's just one person. But by having an engagement survey, you have constant communication, constant feedback. By creating, and again, that goes back to the matter of collecting data, right? Creating data-driven practices. So that has not happened for quite some time, which again leads to bias, covert, latent type of biases that can enter the system, and you not know about it, and you have issues that are created. So having an ongoing audit process, workforce equity audit process, and then added with racial equity training, we hope that you can have some better outcomes in that particular area. And those are our 8 recommendations, and I'll open the floor for any questions.
Well, my first question is, have we done that survey? He said he didn't know whether it was the city or the county who hadn't done it.
I know that we have done something similar to that related to the budget process, but not overall. We haven't done a kind of workforce attitudinal, and I'm
Right.
assuming that's what you're responding to.
Mhm.
Since I've been here, there may have been some before I got here.
So then not having that data would be harm?
Yes.
Did you find any areas in particular where we don't have data under each of the groups? Or all of them?
All of them. Yes. Each area, there is significant lack of data. But I balanced that finding with the understanding that some data was simply not being collected because certain questions were not being asked. So by coming in to have this type of an audit, a cease harm audit, it raised different questions that were from questions that were not being, or it raised questions that were not being asked, or different types of questions. And then the response is, well, we don't collect that specific data. So in the spirit of cease and harm, then there needs to be a cultural shift in the type of data that's collected, which we've outlined inside of our, we've outlined that inside of the report. Hopefully, by collecting that data, we can now begin to get more information in which shows that whether harm is actually occurring in some of those spaces or not. Because harm may not be, but because the data is not there, we can't actually tell.
Okay, so if we have a group of women that comes forward and says, we're being treated disparately. We don't have a way to determine if their thought or their feeling or their instinct is correct because we don't have the data?
Correct, and that's where your engagement surveys, and that's where your engagement surveys can play a real potential role in giving those individuals a voice. And not that in a case like that, that becomes the only solution to it, but the idea is if you have an avenue for people to speak, let you know about what's going on within their work experience, once your HR or your leads or your county manager or your equity officers begin to get that information, the idea is to analyze the data that's come in and then begin to make whatever changes in the organizations necessary that responds to that particular data.
Okay, and then to go back, and I'm belaboring the point. So if you have a group of people, comes forward, says something's not right, and there's no data to prove that what they're saying is in fact the case, they are in fact being harmed because there's no data.
Yes.
There is one singular question that I get across the board about our Cease the Harm audit, but it's actually a question I think for our staff. And it's that because the Carter Development Group has presented this body of work, but then it went to staff first, and then it's come to the county and the city, there's a concern that the city might have a filter on what we see. And so the ask was, why not make a full assessment easily available to, say, the Community Reparations Commission or a body? Is this a redacted version? Is this the full report is the question. And if it's not, what does it look like to have, even if it's really super in the weeds, all the resources available? And what I hear is that would help to build trust.
Again, this was not our report. This is the Community Reparations Commission report. I will turn it over to
Yeah.
Dr. Carter to respond to that question.
We submitted the draft final report in full. So there's only one version of that. It was initially shared with the reparations, with the Community Reparations Commission. We did a presentation last week, Monday, with them, and they've had a copy of that. They also have a copy of a similar presentation. What we've done is there is a longer presentation for the CRC, a shorter presentation from the PowerPoint for both the county and the city. That was just time dependent. For example, we had close to an hour with the CRC. The final report that was presented to the CRC is the final report, the draft version that everyone has.
Thank you for confirming. So I'm hearing that the full and final report is not redacted and it's available in its entirety, the way that it's presented now.
Yes, currently in draft form. Yeah,
Thank you
it says
so much.
draft.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one question about the idea of aligning the city and the county's housing? So, you know, we have similar programs, but have, on a staff level and now on a committee level, they've tried to sync up the timing. So if folks are developing affordable housing, they're coming to us for requests at the same time, coming to the county, and we kind of have a sense of what the county's going to do and what the city's going to do. What are you thinking about in terms of what you'd like to see between the two bodies that's not happening?
A joint commission.
Of what? What would?
Of how housing requests come into the county, into the city. And that,
So that they're literally one body making a decision for what the city's gonna contribute to a project, say, and the county's gonna contribute to a project?
I would say potentially,
Okay.
okay? The concern from a harm focus is what the need is in the community, but what we see as a lack of cohesion in terms of how the process is working between county and city. One of the things I believe we saw is the affordable housing plan has not been updated, I want to say since 2019. And so there are things that are in the current housing plan that seems to be outdated. There's another study that we looked at that also talked about other issues that was going on inside of housing. So from a solution-oriented standpoint, does it benefit the community to have both entities, both governments working together to address the issue? And how can roadblocks be removed in what the desire of the city is versus what the desire of the county is when development is coming in? If you take a look at the AMI, even if it's ranging from 60 to 80%, the reality is that for Black residents in the city of Asheville, their median income is $22,000. And so if we're gonna take a look at what the actual numbers are with the desire to cease harm, then that means we have to do something different in how we approach housing. So that's really the spirit of what we're saying is, what are you going to do different to approach how housing can become affordable? And does that mean we need to have more collaborative opportunities between the county and the city in order to accomplish that?
Okay, well, that's kind of a different issue in that, I think that latter part of what you said, we're talking about how do you leverage deeply affordable housing? And we know the answer to that, it takes an enormous per unit subsidy. And so we're seeing the county move forward on a couple of projects. We're gonna hear one tonight where
Right.
they're including some units at a deeply affordable, a deeply subsidized housing unit. But what we're gonna hear is currently, the per unit subsidy for those affordable units is around $90,000 per unit, and they make it other funding. But, you know, for the city, we don't have that kind of money. I mean, because we just have different budgets. It would be we could, but we would get far fewer units. I mean, so it would be, it's kind of a different analysis, and maybe that's a direction we want to go in, but, you know, I'd be interested to get into the weeds a little bit about what that looks like, and beyond the partnership we're using right now in terms of communicating and trying to be synced up on projects that are external to the city and the county that are third-party developers. So,
And Mayor, our consultants is from Enterprise, I think they're
gonna
gonna
talk about that
address
some.
that.
Okay, I don't want
They're
to
gonna
steal
address
anyone's
that.
thunder.
They won't
All right.
give you all the specifics,
Right.
but they will
Okay.
address
Yeah.
in a high level
Yeah.
the
Hey,
need and
agree.
possible structure
And
to
I'd also
address
be,
that issue.
I'd also be interested, because you mentioned something about like historical designations or something, what the deeply affordable housing looks like if we were to do districts like that. Like, could that be a requirement in some of those districts? Or could you only allow X number of, I don't know, things to be developed in those types of districts and require deep affordability, all of that? Is that possible?
The answer to that, well, attorney,
Perhaps I shouldn't be cutting you off, Dr. Carter. Excellent questions all. I don't know that I would be prepared to answer every one of those with specificity this evening. We have very good staff that handles historic designations locally. I think that they ought to be consulted as part of that.
Or how about we don't call them historic, we could call them
Cultural.
yeah.
cultural orange districts.
Sure,
or
and
limited districts.
the terminology is important, but the statutory basis is the same for those things. There are allowances for us to do that and a certain amount of control about the parameters of such a district. Affordability, as the council's well aware, in North Carolina is a difficult element to incorporate into almost any sort of land designation. But I think going beyond that, I'd want to have a little more information from our staff who are the experts on this before we could give a holistic answer.
Well, you weren't incorrect. Our housing plan is from 2009.
It's 2009.
Yeah, but we're actually tonight getting an update
Yeah.
on a new plan that was just rolling out. We've been working on, I guess, Enterprise Partners this year, and they've been working on it all year. So that's convenient. In the past, we have had both the city's Affordable Housing Committee and the county's fairly new 3 or 4 year old Affordable Housing Committee, not convene, but, discuss projects. But the idea of convening on a regular basis, quarterly or something, has come up. Are you suggesting more that there is just one structure as opposed to two that are sometimes working together?
I'm thinking about how do we have the conversation about what's going to be the best.
Just
the
how
best
do we
needs.
get more housing?
Right.
Regardless if it's 4
Right.
tables, 2 tables, okay.
But what we observed in our finding is that because of they're two entities and they operate, I understand they can also be collective, but it's a crisis that you all actually have
Yes.
on your hand, right? So it's bad.
Yes.
Right? So all hands, from our perspective, all hands need to be on deck in working together in the best capacity as possible.
Agreed.
And that we are making a little bit of progress in terms of collaboration and coordination between the city and county. We know we're not there yet, but I think there has been
There's
some progress.
Tremendous progress in recent years, but this is really helpful to see. It's really helpful to see it in this light too. It just adds, it is a crisis, as you say, but it adds to the importance of working together. I appreciate it.
I have a question around the 8th recommendation around workforce equity audit and equity training. And to me, it seems connected also to number 4 around the type of training you're recommending for law enforcement. Just think it's interesting. I'm curious, are there any cities that we should look at as good examples for either this police-specific recorded-based training or just equity-wide law? I think GARE does some pretty interesting stuff as an entity that supports cities doing this, but curious whose shoulder should we look over as we go in both of these directions?
In the report, we have, and I don't recall the name offhand, but in the report, and I believe you have a copy of it.
Yeah, we do.
When you look at the recommendation section under law enforcement, there are 3 cities that we've identified that are key mark cities for you all to look at how measurable scenario-based recorded training are occurring. There's one caveat to the report. The links are not live. We're going to finalize, the final draft will be sent to the city and to the county by next week with all of the links live within.
Great.
So you will have that. As far as racial equity training, GARE does an excellent job, and it also provides a roadmap for conducting assessments. And our firm also uses data from their framework as part of our process, because it's great. But when it comes to racial equity training, any reputable firm or group, right, should be able to manage doing that amongst, within staff. Part of what our recommendation also in discussion with HR and with the equity officers is how do you all create web-based learning within your learning management system so that you can have a catalog or a library of training so that you could reach more staff, right, more than having classroom related training. And we also looked at and talked about the need for possibly a certification program, right, so staff can be certified in whatever we develop as those particular courses. So those are conversations that I've had with both set of equity officers.
Thank you.
Okay. What I will say, I just would like to thank you very much for the report. It's been really eye-opening, the way you've brought it all together, and you make it look simple, but we realize it's not simple. And we greatly appreciate all the work that's went into this, and here at the city, we hopefully will try to do what we can to ensure that these programs are up and running. Thank you.
It was a pleasure and an honor. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear a presentation on the proposed business improvement district, and we're going to hear from our Assistant City Manager, Ben Woody, to kick this one off.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Ben Woody, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to do a quick introduction. On the next item tonight, you are going to hear a presentation from the Asheville Area Chamber of Commerce on a proposed business improvement district for the downtown area. This is an effort that the Chamber of Commerce with Puma Associates started in actually early 2023, so they've been at this for a while. Just recently, they submitted an operational plan to the City of Asheville. It's available for public inspection. And the Chamber has a number of speakers tonight, so they have some handoffs during the presentation. Our lead speaker and first speaker is Austin Walker, who is a member of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, and I believe is the immediate past chair of that board. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for allowing us to present tonight. We're excited. We've been working on this for a little bit. As Ben said, my name is Austin Walker. I am the immediate past president or chair of the Asheville Chamber Board. And we started this initiative while I was the chair, so I'm leading it off here. We started this initiative because this was in response to our members that are downtown that were making a plea because of they needed help with safety and cleanliness in the downtown area that was exacerbated by the pandemic. With me tonight are a couple other bid steering committee members, and they will present on different aspects of this work that we've done. We will be covering a broad array of topics in this presentation with some slides. I think you guys will have some questions. We will stop periodically to answer questions. So if you can just hold them until those pauses. Beth Lane of McGuire Wood and Bissett is of council tonight for the chamber. She's a former chairwoman of the Asheville Downtown Association and is a member of the bid steering committee as well as a member of the level of service subcommittee, which has been working closely with the city of Asheville. Her office is actually in the district, as most of you know. It's at Church and Patton. And she'll be happy to answer your questions as we go through the presentation. So I think you guys, most of you know what a bid is, but I'll explain for clarity. It's a financing mechanism that provides funding for improvements and services that enhance but do not replace existing city services. The state statute governs how bids are formed and created, and the property and business owners are asking the council to authorize the creation of a bid for downtown, which would be administered and managed by an outside nonprofit. There are more than 50 bids in North Carolina, and Asheville is the largest city that does not have one, and we feel like this leaves us at a competitive disadvantage. The city's own master plan has called for the creation of a bid, and we think now is the time to act. I see the bid as an investment and not an expense. It's a source of revenue for those who pay into the assessment to decide what that money is being used for. And property owners across the country have found that investment to be a good investment. 99% of bids are renewed after their initial term. The key elements to note from this do's and don'ts slide are that bids provide supplemental services and do not replace basic governmental services. They're not part of the local government. They're privately managed by people paying into the assessment with oversight and collaboration from local government as well as nonprofits and other service providers within the district. This slide shows a list of common bid services. However, I want to be very, very clear that the stakeholders that we are speaking with have been very clear that we need to focus on those top two bullets, the enhanced safety and hospitality and the enhanced cleaning. So as been alluded, we started this work in January of 2023. You see sort of the time frame that we had here. Last year, we worked with consultants called Progressive Urban Management Associates, also called PUMA. And they conducted a feasibility study which showed that the downtown district was the area in Asheville that was ready for a creation of the bid. And in response to ongoing downtown stakeholders, we then asked PUMA to work with us on an operational plan. The extensive outreach that we have done has helped shape that resulting plan. In terms of engagement, there's been multiple meetings with groups and individuals. You see some listed here that have of course shaped that plan, that operational plan. For example, meetings with DARN, the Asheville Independent Restaurant Association, the Block Collaborative, the businesses of South Slope, the Downtown Commission, and social service providers have all been engaged. And these were in addition to 6 stakeholder meetings we held during consultant visits. And the Asheville Downtown Association has gone door to door to ensure that businesses were aware of the bid discussion. We also have been pleased to meet with many of you council members and a significant part of your staff. We look forward to additional meetings as we move towards the public hearing process. In the next 2 weeks, we're conducting mailing to all the addresses in the district to advertise the website and encourage participation in the public hearing on April 23rd. We're continuing to utilize public events to spread the word and are working collaboratively with Asheville Downtown Association on a petition drive to show support for the initiative. Now I'd like to introduce my fellow steering committee member, Bill Durr, to share the online results with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. My name is Bill Durr. I'm a partner of the law firm of Ward & Smith. Our offices are located in downtown at 82 Patton Avenue. I've also been a 6-year member of the Asheville Downtown Association. I've served as the president of that association, and I'm a member of the bid steering committee. Last fall, the committee put out an online survey. We received 337 responses to this survey. The strongest response came from downtown business owners at 36%. But when you combine the downtown residents with the downtown commercial property owners, the responses total 45% of all the responses that we received. The top response to the question, which of the following would you consider paying for through a bid assessment, was enhanced safety and hospitality at a little more than 60%. An additional question, which one service is the most important for downtown Asheville that you'd be willing to pay for? In response to this question, enhanced safety and hospitality received 68% of the votes. During the November 2023 site visit, our consultants used a handout to conduct a ranking exercise. They did this at each of the 6 stakeholder meetings that Austin mentioned earlier, and with the steering committee itself. The rankings came out the same, with the attendees saying that safety and hospitality was their #1 priority. Some more results. In response to the question, do you think that the value of your property and/or business would increase if the preceding bid services were provided? In response to that, 68% of the survey respondents answered yes. The finding of the consultant survey and meetings were buttressed by the Asheville Downtown Association's stakeholder survey in February of this year, with 410 responses. 75% said they would consider paying for enhanced safety and hospitality services, and 74% said the same about enhanced cleaning. Almost 92% said they thought the ADA should be advocating for the implementation of the bid, which indeed they have been. I also want to add that the Asheville Independent Restaurant Association, AIR, reached out to their members. They heard from 3/4 of their membership within the proposed district. And in response to that inquiry, 75% of those who responded supported the creation of a bid. I'll now pause briefly. If council has any questions, I'll direct those to Beth. Thank you.
I had a specific question about the survey. So I couldn't help but notice that residents of Asheville as a whole participated at 23% of the survey results, while residents downtown were 4%. So I am hearing a lot of concern from commercial and residential renters and concern about outreach specifically to residents downtown. So I was just wondering how that's going to be, I guess, balanced in the accounting. Are those equally weighted? Is there an effort to do more outreach to downtown renters?
Hi. Yes, there's an effort to do more outreach across the board. You know, we're only just starting. You know, this process has been going on for a good bit of time, and there's been a lot of outreach so far, but that's just going to continue. I think it was Austin who mentioned our next steps include mailings to the actual addresses. And so we would assume that the renters are going to be the ones to receive those. Also, I know the Downtown Association is going door to door. We want to make sure that everyone is aware of this process and that we have input from all stakeholders.
So I knew that we were going to be sending mailings to the property owners, but there's also going to be a mailing to the residents.
I don't know who the actual addressee is. I just know it's going to be at that address, but we can certainly consider that.
That would be helpful, because I know when I went to the stakeholder meeting, it was really clear that we were going to reach out to property owners, but that is not necessarily going to land in the renters' mailbox.
Looks like Zach's creeping up behind you to answer this question.
Happy to help answer that question. Zach Wallace with the Asheville Chamber. Our mailing will be different than the public notice provided by the city, where that will go to the address associated with the property. This will be a mailing that goes to the door. And so not directly to the address, but it will cover the postal routes throughout downtown.
So let's say that you have a building with 80 apartments in it. You're going to send one to the address with 80 apartments.
There will be one for each residence.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Maggie complained about all the envelopes she had to stuff, but that sounds like a lot of envelopes. Twice. Yes.
Are there any other questions on this? I know we'll have more as we go on, but any others on this particular piece? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Eva Michelle Spicer of Spicer Green Jewelers. We are retail tenants at 121 Patton Avenue. I serve on the bid steering committee, and I'm also a member of the Downtown Commission. The proposed boundaries for the bid are similar to what the city has defined as the central business district, with the exclusion of Charlotte Street, which was a decision that was based on stakeholder feedback. State statute says that cities with bids cannot replace any existing basic city services, as we've already heard. So a level of service committee was formed to work with the consultants and city staff, who were extremely collaborative, by the way, in drafting a description of the work the city already does downtown. After all of the input from stakeholders, 2 focus areas for bid services were developed. The first is safety and hospitality. The consultants brought in Block by Block, a vendor of this type of service in bids across the country. They provided estimates of how much time and how many workers might be needed. What this service might look like is a team of individuals in identifiable bid polo shirts who continually engage with the public, providing connective tissue between all of the different groups that are working to make downtown a better place. Team members would provide directions when needed. They would observe and make connections to the appropriate providers, whether it's a bid service like intensive spot cleaning outside of an ice cream shop, or referring to a government service like a community paramedic. They'd also interact with businesses, employees, and residents on a regular basis to build connection and trust so that they're prepared to help where they can. An example of that might mean an escort to a parking lot when an employee leaves work late, or a special cleanup of needles or biohazards. They'd also engage with members of the unhoused community to connect them to services where possible, allowing APD to focus on serious crime. The second focus area is enhanced cleaning. The consultants felt that this area didn't need as much attention as safety and hospitality issues did, but knew that summer brings many more people into downtown. And helping local business owners with the removal of graffiti, spot cleaning for beverage spills or pet accidents, and jobs like weed or leaf removal can make a really big difference in downtown's appearance and appeal. The plan we've presented here shows how team members might be deployed. The beauty of this program is that staff on the street can learn the patterns about where and when help is needed the most, and the bid can adjust the schedules accordingly. Another pause for Beth to happily answer any questions.
Actually, I have a question. It's probably for Zach.
Yes, ma'am.
Slide 1 that had the map. I just want to make sure, as we discussed before, that that one portion of Hildebrand is excluded.
Yeah, so the map is due on April 30th. They have to have the final map to the tax office. And so, would love to hear from you all on any changes. And I've heard your concern about that area.
Okay, thank you.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the South Charlotte Street exclusion?
Yes. So that area is mostly government buildings, which would not be assessed in connection with the bid. And we also felt that that area wasn't part of the core downtown that would need to receive the services like the rest of downtown.
And I had
So is it, so the map that's attached to the presentation, sorry, just to clarify,
Okay.
is it changed as to Hildebrand or it is as to Hildebrand? Like, is it?
So I believe that the map that is presented was the one that was originally presented without any edits at this point.
And it would have had Hildebrand.
We would, when we present a new map, we would incorporate hopefully all of the changes at one time.
So it
Well, it's that
would it
hopefully that
slide-
scares me.
Would it slide north?
We're hoping to not have to do 20 revisions, that we can put them all in one document.
Internet, so the idea would be you would move the bid line north to College Street, so it would cut out Hildebrand?
Yes.
Right, okay, I got you. Yeah, that does look kind of weird because it grabs those houses right on that one side of Hildebrand.
Yeah.
I see.
Sure, and we have heard and we understand that concern.
I had a question around the services. What slide is that? Maybe 21. What I see y'all proposing and engaging block by block at this point is just really helpful. I think that we're in concept and theory mode, and this really helps, like, what does this actually mean? What is this going to look like? So even though it's an example, I do find it really useful. I also found the survey data really useful, and something that's on my mind is right now the direction is heading towards clean and safe, but there's something that some other cities use that I I don't think that we're gonna need, and so I kind of want to volley out there, like, maybe we just take it off the table, but marketing dollars. It was such a low response in the survey responses, but I think we have a lot of good marketing of our community already and other sources. So,
Sure, I hear you on that. What the survey results are just survey results. They're not included in this proposal. What we're proposing is clean and safe.
right, and I'm just kind of adding that, you know, if we're looking at 99% of these get established and never get repealed, then I'm thinking, who are we in 10 and 20 and 30 years? And right now, clean and safe is our top priority, but 10 years, the community could look different. So as I look to the future and us having potentially this here in a long time, I just would offer that maybe we just take marketing as a source of these funds off the table.
You're suggesting just not allow any funding towards marketing?
I mean, this is our first conversation.
Yeah.
It's just come up on my mind, and so I think we're all gonna start having even more conversations. That's a curiosity I have from a legal standpoint, but also the partners and the business community and the residential community, if that matches with folks' desires as well.
I can appreciate that sentiment.
Just to ask a question, who determines what the taxation rate will be for them? And that's wrong.
We do.
We do.
Okay, but I was going to ask. The rest of it was, and do you know the parameters that are usually set to come up with that? Are there parameters set by the state or whoever that's sort of?
So the state does set outside parameters, and I'm sure the city attorney can help you out there as well. But there is, this falls within the area of property taxes, and so they would set, a cap on, I believe it's $1.50 for all property-related taxes, and this would fit within it. The board would present a budget with a proposed assessment, and then council would approve the assessment.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was more or less concerned with. Were there parameters set for, that they normally that they have that we have to follow in order to?
But we can't have a varied rate. We can have one rate, correct?
That is correct. So just like with ad valorem taxes, when you set that, we are setting as a council a flat rate, which would apply to all property owners within the geographical limitations of the bid. Any sort of exceptions or exclusions, again, are resigned to the state level to set, so we wouldn't have the authority to do that without creating separate bids or excluding properties from the bid.
Anything else? Thank you.
Beth, real quick, when you were surveying, you had business owners and business renters. Did any of the stuff around their leases come up, like triple net lease? Like, I'm trying to derive if renters are, do we know the makeup? Does the chamber perhaps know the makeup roughly of leases?
Of who has a triple net lease?
I mean, I know it's going to be a hard number to attain, but do we have any information? Did we do any surveying or?
I'm not aware of any actual data on that. Leases are generally private.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Appreciate the time here tonight. Okay, I'm Larry Crosby, the general manager of the Foundry Hotel, just neighboring over here in the Block neighborhood at 51 South Market Street. I'm also a resident of downtown, just adjacent to the proposed bid district boundary line. You'll see that the proposed budget for the bid emphasizes safety and hospitality services, followed by enhanced cleaning. The total budget has been adjusted in response to comments from stakeholders from the original $1.5 million downward to $1.25 million. This puts the annual assessment rate at a little over 9 cents per $100 of taxable value. That's less than the state's bid average of 13 cents per $100. The bid website has a calculator that property owners can use. We know that a reevaluation is coming. When this happens, the assessment rate can be adjusted to reflect the approved budget or the economy in generation. That could be down to revenue neutral. Priorities would be established by a board of directors If council enables the creation of the bid, the city would conduct a request for proposal for the administration and management of the bid from a nonprofit. The Chamber and the Asheville Downtown Association intend to prepare a joint response to the RFP. It's important that the bid's eventual board of directors represent the many interests, business sizes, and diversity of the district. Stakeholders also felt that it was important that properties are tax exempt be given the opportunity to voluntarily contribute. The city's attorneys informed us that the nominations process and election of the board should be held after the RFP for the management organization has been conducted. The organizational plan describes how the bid board would be developed with 14 voting members and 4 non-voting ex officio roles for quasi-governmental organizations with whom the bid would need to work closely. In addition, a community council will be built to involve the variety of organizations in bid work. Also, please note that this structure includes property owners of different sizes, residents who own and who rent, and a variety of commercial tenants. Next, I'll have Tim Rosebrook talk about how we will measure success.
I'm sorry, this made me think of something since you are on the block and live. I wonder if y'all would consider having a permanent seat set aside for, say, a nonprofit or an entity specifically on the block as a permanent seat.
On the proposed board?
Yeah. Is that something that can be done?
We're happy to listen to all, input on this matter. This is what we are proposing, but, we're happy to hear if there are other folks that y'all believe should be on. I do want to note nonprofits are not paying members of the bid, and so they wouldn't be in any of this list, so it might be something that we could offer.
Maybe this is a good procedural question moment, more likely for our attorney. So this is a suggestion of the makeup of the bid board coming from the steering committee.
Yes.
However, the onus is on us to approve said structure, and we could do that via this process. We could do it via the RFP process too, right?
So, excellent question. I think it's actually 2 separate things.
Okay.
And I say that because essentially the bid board is an advisory body about the management of the bid, but the actual delivery of services would come from this third-party entity. That's where you have the competitive procurement RFP process to actually select the nonprofit or the entity that is actually going to contract to provide the services as part of that. So think of the bid board as management structure and the RFP to select the service delivering entity.
So we do need to roll all this up into the approval in the next couple months, and then an RFP
Wait,
would just.
can Brad
Go
answer?
ahead.
So you're saying the board structure, not the actual people, but the board?
The board structure, because the
Is that
board
right?
roles is of high concern to me.
Is that what you're saying, Brad?
I don't necessarily think you have to do that at this point, and I say that because the timeline that is most imminent on us right now is the approaching fiscal year deadline. That is the drop dead deadline for approving the bid, and the bid is really twofold. It is the designation geographically of where the bid exists and the tax rate within that. Thereafter, so that has to be done in advance of July 1, so that the ordinance say that the bid will take effect at that point. What that essentially does is just impose the tax. It will be sometime thereafter before the revenues begin coming in. So the council will have time to run that secondary process after the fact. I think these give you a good indication of the suggested structure of this, but it is most important that council make a decision about whether or not to do a bid, the location, and the tax first.
Thank you.
While I'm up here, are there any other questions about the makeup of the board?
This is a good time to give some feedback on this proposal for the makeup of the board. There's not any, as I understand it, legal requirement for the makeup of the board. So you can, it is adjustable, as it were.
I have a couple concerns, and maybe you could help explain how you got to some of these figures. The 3 major property owners, the 2 large property owners. So we have a lot of ones over here on the right, but how did you come to this 3 major property owners, and what is that? Is that reflective of how many large properties we have in the community, and that's a fair assessment of that? I mean, I don't understand the three.
Sure. So this was developed in connection with advice from Puma, based on the makeup of boards in other places that have been successful. You know, Asheville downtown real estate isn't low. We do have a significant number of property owners that fit within this range. Regarding the three major property owners, I believe that there are over or close to 40.
That meets the over 4 million?
Yes.
There are 40.
Yes.
See, that doesn't seem like a big number to me. That seems like a large pool from a small pool. I guess what I'm wondering here, and what's probably bothering me, is that if you have more wealth or you have more revenue, then you have more control. And I'm not sure if that's the...
Well, I think it is important to note that, you know, these buildings make up, you know, they're owned by restaurant groups and retailers and hotels and local and regional banks and law firms and doctors' offices.
Sure.
And they employ a lot of people, and a good number of them, a large number of them, are operated by entities that do own the building as well. And so we believe that it would be representative of the folks who are actually in downtown, because they are the large buildings in downtown.
Yeah, I guess I see us doing more equity work to make sure those without all that wealth and access are at the table too. So I see some of that on the right over here, but I think I'm looking for more of a balance.
Or what about a nonprofit that does
Yeah.
affordable housing?
Well, and it's interesting because the comment to your request about the nonprofit was that they're not a paying tax member.
No, I said that that's why they are not
Right,
on this
not on the
proposal
list.
initially.
But it's not, it doesn't prohibit them. Right. And that, you know, it's almost,
So I have maybe a parallel question. I just was like doing a quick review of this, because this is one of the big concerns I keep hearing from the community. The number of owners versus renters, and you named employers, but I don't see an employee on here. And that's one of the regular questions that we get asked about our Tourism Development Authority, is we don't have employees at the table, but they're impacted by the decisions, especially because we've heard so many elements of input about downtown safety late at night from employees that are concerned about the lack of public safety response that we have. So I don't see that. A second layer that's just like kind of like popping off the screen tonight is my last look with our Register of Deeds information was that more than 50% of downtown property is owned by people who don't live in Asheville. So when we stack it so heavily with property owners, then we will end up having a board that's making decisions about the services provided, but maybe doesn't have to interact with this, interact with the bid on a daily basis the way that residents and workers do.
So, you know, this is a proposal from the steering committee, and the board makeup and also the board members would be approved by council. The initial board would be presented from a nominating committee with the steering committee. The steering committee is made up of people who are here, and people who are in downtown and love downtown and want to do this because we are invested in downtown. It doesn't really make sense or benefit any of us to put up someone who is not here and that we don't believe is invested.
So are you not hearing those same concerns that are being brought up tonight from the stakeholder and input? Because if I'm hearing about it and y'all aren't, then we're gonna hear and ask to not support the bid because of the makeup of the board.
We're hearing input from lots of facets. As mentioned earlier, we've done lots of outreach, lots of stakeholder meetings. We are listening to everyone. This is a proposal. You know, we're gonna be here, I think, 3 more times. So, you know, this is just our initial informational session.
so it's fluid. This is open to change, and that's helpful. Because another issue I have is the last one on the list, the quasi-governmental ex officio non-voting seats. If city council is going to oversee this so delicately each year with budget and stuff, I'd be curious if, I don't even know if council can have a seat, but should city council have a seat? And if instead we would consider removing the TDA designee, which I'm not sure I'm comfortable with being on that board. But I'm getting that this is a feedback and that we're going to have ongoing dialogue. So is it best for you all to hear this now, or how can we?
I think so, because
Okay.
they're going to, because the next steps in this process is the formal public hearing
Yes.
on the bid, and then it will come to us for a vote, and then it has to come back again for a vote. So this is kind of the time to give
Yeah.
feedback if you have concerns about the board structure presentation or the boundaries of the bid
Sure.
or the services that are being contemplated, et cetera.
This is the big piece for me, I think. And I'll back up to say I'm actually really excited about a proposed bid. So don't perceive my questions as lack of excitement. I'm thrilled that it's coming to us, and it's been a long-awaited return, I would say. But we have to get it right. And so I'm just kind of trying to troubleshoot a little bit about what would make me more comfortable, because I want to. I've said from the beginning I've wanted to. I'm starting from a yes. I believe the downtown community deserves an opportunity to have an autonomous body that is more nimble than what we can provide for it on a regular basis. We saw that like with the 60-day initiative and all the amount of effort that went into at the city level to try and get some improved services downtown, even if it was only for a little while, and it just didn't feel very nimble. And I feel like this body might be able to do that. So in theory, I'm very excited. But I have some concerns about here, and I'll continue to troubleshoot and meet with folks and meet with you all about it to kind of flush that out. And I did also appreciate the lack of marketing push too, mentioned earlier.
I like that word nimble. I think it's a good word for this. Anything else on this? Thank you.
Just 3 more slides. I'm Tim Rosebrock. I'm with the Biltmore Company. Our office is at 1 North Pack Square in the center of downtown, home to our offices, but also 20 other small businesses who operate there. State statute, again, says that the city council enables the creation of the bid with their vote. After going through a nominations process, the bid would submit their slate for the bid board to the council as well. So each year, the bid would present its annual budget to the council for approval. There are a number of objectives for the bid, including how well the operation collaborates with the city, nonprofit service providers, and downtown stakeholders. Are services being provided as expected? How well does it perform in providing a unified voice for the downtown? What impact has it had on the economic activity for the area? And ultimately, how satisfied is the city and the ratepayers? There are best practices in responsiveness and transparency, as well as the tracking of bid success. And it's our intention that those best practices would be implemented and reported on regularly. As we've laid out, we've been studying the concept in this phase, in the creation of the bid, for over 24 months, with the feasibility study officially beginning in January of 2023. The steering committee believes that now is the time to act, and we respectfully request that the city council will take steps to enable the creation of the downtown bid before the end of this fiscal year. Thank you.
I believe that's our last slide, so any other additional questions?
I have another thought to toss out, consistent with my theme earlier of if we're gonna do this now, and 99% of these stand up into the future, I think it would be really valuable if out the gate within the first 12 months, we had a 5-year strategic plan come out of the board and whoever is managing it. Again, I know that right now the priority is clean and safe, and that's great, but this is a new taxing body and it could shift over time. And so I think that being able to say, this is where we are now, this is where we might want to build to, just starting that way and starting a practice of those type of cycles would be something that I think could help us as the ultimate decision maker, right? That's council, to build out trust both ways with the community, having those type of planning resources so that other partners like ourselves, as we do planning, but as the chamber does planning or other economic development does planning, we could be syncing. So that's something I'd want to add in. And then I also just wanted to make a comment. In looking up bids on my Sunday morning, as you do, I came across a map. I wish I could show y'all, but it basically showed all the bids across the country. And there is a huge amount of dots on the map over North Carolina. So I started scratching around and kind of being curious. And it just reflects to me that we on City Council really know that we are in a very limited dynamic with what we're allowed to do from our state. And so as you look at us compared to South Carolina, which for all intents and purposes, many would say is a much more pro-business state than ours, you see a proliferation of bids here. And so I just find that interesting. I think that philosophically, having more resources for the social good, I'm into. That's why I'm in government. That's why I'm giving this service. And so I think that there's something going on in North Carolina with our relation to what local governments can and can't do that makes this a tool that 50 of our peer cities have already done. And so I almost feel like Asheville's a little behind the times on this type of model. So I'm hopeful that we can have discerning conversation over the next couple of months to see where there might be wrinkles to build trust and to come to some type of agreement where this could be good. But we also have several months. So I'm all ears, my inbox is open. I want to have conversations, whether it's for or against, but I just wanted to put out some of those initial thoughts.
I think that's probably right on the mark, because in other states, cities are able to leverage other tax
That's right.
resources, and we just don't
Can't.
have that. I mean, if we look at cities that are using marijuana sales tax in some states, I mean, that's not happening here. That's not even close to happening here. So that's just one example. So I think that's probably the cause. I would, just on the logistics of this, so on April 23rd, when this comes to council for the statutorily required public hearing, we have another very large matter on the agenda that evening, the Hawk Creek zoning application. So what we're going to do is we're going to be meeting at the banquet room at Harris Cherokee, and we're going to start at 4 o'clock and try to do the Hawk Creek matter in the first part and hear the bid beginning at 7 or later. So to the extent you can let people know, and poor Maggie has mailed all the people she already mailed, and a notice to explain that the change of location, because our original mailing said it would be here and it would be at 5. So we're supplementing that with some information about the location change and the time, so that hopefully the two groups can, you don't have a lot of people sitting around waiting for one for the other.
I just have a couple, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, one just point of information for council, the Downtown Commission did meet last Friday and have a presentation from the chamber and had their own questions. They're going to have a follow-up meeting just before our April 23rd meeting to aggregate their thoughts, concerns. They just had a few. They had general excitement as well, but they had some concerns, not too far off what we were just discussing. But they're going to send us a recommendation, just so you know that that is coming as one of our committees. I guess I just want to be clear on the things I'm kind of requesting. I see Zach has his pen. So I'd love more information, not necessarily tonight, on how you came to the even number of board members as a suggestion, and if you foresee any trouble with that, or if there was some reason. The petition of support. Yeah, I've been on a board with you, yeah. So the petition of support from the businesses, I think, will be very helpful. I don't know what that timeline is, but preferably way before April 23rd. And then, just to be clear, I'm looking for more equitable board roles, and if there is any information around, maybe the chamber can provide this, the breakdown of our properties in the business district. So if, are there 20 or 40 that are above the 4 million? Can we get that breakdown so we know that we're not giving 20% control to 2% of the property owners or something like that? And then also if we know how many residents live in downtown. And I think that's all my real questions right now. Thank you. And appreciate everyone's effort. This is a big lift. This was a big lift 10 years ago. It's a big lift now, and I appreciate everybody's efforts thus far to get it here.
All right, I have just a couple things here. So downtown is our heart. It's the engine that pumps resources to the whole body. And our body can only be as healthy as our heart is. But our heart will struggle if the body isn't healthy too. So I wrote down a couple things. In addition to working and commuting through downtown, I've been touring downtown early morning and late at night. I'm specifically concerned because I used to get off of work downtown in the service industry at like 3 or 4 in the morning on a Saturday. For anyone who's listening and doesn't understand, that's really normal if you're cleaning up Beer City, USA. And it's a hot mess on the weekends. So I'm really looking to see what it looks like to get home safely when you're getting off of work. And I know that for those of you who are businesses in the service industry, you share that concern. I want to understand better early in the morning and late at night what it looks like to commute through our town, not just for the people who are visiting here, but the people who live and work here. So through this process over the past few years, I'm staying curious and I'm asking lots of questions, and I've appreciated the opportunity to learn together with you and to participate in the stakeholder meetings. What I'm going to do here is just lift up a couple of the things that I'm hearing so that we're prepared for the conversations, not like, oh, Kim surprised us at the last minute. One, another unelected board overseeing public tax dollars is giving people an allergic response because we don't yet have a healthy conversation and reality with our tourism development authority dollars. Later on in the agenda, we're going to look at our state legislative agenda, and we're going to be asking for a greater percentage of our hotel occupancy taxes to go to infrastructure and to the needs that our tourism industry sees that we have. Like, we're talking about our neighbors, and we know that things aren't going well. So I would love to see a united effort in supporting our state legislative ask from our tourism and hospitality industry and our local businesses. 2, impact of a trifecta tax increase, especially on local businesses and commercial and residential renters. So I want to realize again today, because earlier today we were talking about our bond program as part of our budget process. If we only look at this in a silo, we'll say it's just the bid, but it's not. Our local businesses and commercial owners and renters and residents are going to potentially in the next year and a half experience a property tax reval from the county, a business improvement district tax downtown, and then a bond tax in addition. And we know that when we have those kinds of scenarios, it disproportionately falls the heaviest burden on renters. And yet renters were underrepresented, in my opinion, at the board level. And number 3, and this is the biggest one that for me was like, oof, that's a sticking point, is a concern about the level of base level services the city currently provides, because the focus I hear is on safety, hospitality, and cleanliness. So we're really struggling, if you look at our budget process earlier, to provide living wages and to recruit and retain the best staff, not just in public safety, but in public work and sanitation too. And when our employees can afford to live in the communities we serve, we'll be able to get the quality, equitable services that our community demands. And I think that we're acknowledging today through this process that we're not meeting, we're failing at. So I have an example here. We have serious overlapping crises of behavioral health, substance use poisoning, overdose, homelessness. We know these are outcomes of lack of access to housing and health care. We're not yet partnering with the county, who's got some representatives here, in the way that we could to grow the community paramedicine program with behavioral health specialists uniquely qualified to meet crises. So there's a gap in our base level services, and it's on us. Bids are meant to serve above and beyond base level services, so ambassadors are not the right person with the right tools and training for the crises that I just named. But then what's going to happen, because we don't have a holistic response yet, the ambassadors are going to be met with these crises every day, and so we're going to fail them in addition to continue to fail our staff, our businesses, our visitors, and our vulnerable neighbors. So, recap. If we drop 3 potential tax increases on downtown at the same time, it'll disproportionately impact commercial and residential renters. It means we'll need to resource base level services because our downtown residents and businesses will be overextended while we're not yet meeting the expectations of core services. So this is my ask. I invite the chamber and community supportive of the bid to provide the level of input and time and energy that you've put into this to ask the city of Asheville and Buncombe County to grow the community paramedic program and co-responders the way they've started for a citywide effort, so we have a holistic public safety response. This isn't a dream. Durham's doing it. Raleigh's getting ready to join Durham's effort for a heart program, and that includes crime prevention. We need that. This is really serious issues we're facing, because then we would have a solid, holistic public safety response so that when you call 911, we send the right person with the right tools and training, not just for our heart, but for the whole body. So please reach out to the city, county, and ask us to work together towards this. If we were getting this level of input, I think that you would see better outcomes and would be ready to have a solid foundation to build on instead of a gap. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Oh, all right.
Nope, I'm just bringing it to a close. So again, we're going to see you all back on April 23rd, and more conversation before then. And then,
Mayor-
and to recap, this is the public comment period, right? You all have opened, so folks are to officially during this 30-day window provide their, I guess, official public comment or comment to you all on the proposed bid.
And so that was the timeline. I just wanted to, like,
Right.
the 23rd is our,
They've got a
Hearing.
slide.
yeah. Let's just.
But our
hit that.
first vote is in May, right? First vote, May 14th, second
Yes.
vote, June 11th. Okay, so public hearing and opportunity for public input at Harrah's. New location, new time,
Great, thanks.
and plenty of room for all the businesses in downtown to attend.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I know it's hard to believe, but we're still under presentations. Maggie, you're going to be right about our end time tonight. So third and final but not least is we're going to hear about the work on the affordable housing plan. And I think I've got here that Nikki Reed is going to kick this off. Oh, and she is. There she is. That's true.
Hello, I'm Nikki Reed, the Director of Community and Economic Development. I'm joined tonight by Enterprise Community Partners with an update about our affordable housing plan. I wanted to highlight, the reason you're seeing me is that Sasha Vertunsky is meeting right now with Legacy Neighborhood Coalition. Tomorrow, we have a significant community engagement session that's planned 6 p.m. at Harrah's Cherokee Center. So I'm just highlighting that a lot of community touch points on this plan are happening this week. We're talking with the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee tomorrow morning. So we're here to share an update, but there's also more to come. We hope to come back to council in May with a full plan. So we hope to share the update tonight and give you some insight as to how we're having those conversations with community. So with that, I'll introduce Jarrah Smith, and he will provide the presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Jarrah Smith, and I am the Program Director for Equitable Housing Solutions with Enterprise Advisors. As Nikki said, I'm here to provide you with a high-level update of the work that we've done so far to date. We started this project in September and have relatively recently concluded our kind of research and discovery phase, and we're starting to move into strategy development. You know, I have to say I'm really grateful that I'm here tonight. It's not often that a city does a housing plan. It's even less frequent that a city does an affordable housing plan, and it's even less frequent that a city does an affordable housing plan that centers racial equity. That's really uncommon. That's really special and unique, and I think that epitomizes who Asheville is. It's been a wonderful experience working with the city. I've had the pleasure of meeting with several of you and many of the city's wonderful staff, and I think it's very serendipitous, or perhaps maybe just a well-managed agenda by the city manager's office that I'm presenting after the Cease the Harm audit as well. Yeah, also I want to say thank you to my co-presenter, Dr. Carter, for answering some of my questions earlier this evening. So for tonight's discussion, I'll give you a very brief overview of our approach for the plan itself. I'll highlight some of our key findings. We'll go a little bit into our preliminary recommendations, and then we'll talk about next steps. I should say we're probably about a step or two behind the presentations that you just saw. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about recommendations at the end of this, but I think we're a little farther back in the process, but I'd still love to hear your feedback at the end of this. So key takeaways for tonight. Number one, the affordable housing plan is underway, and it's in alignment with the community and the council's vision. This is my third trip in the last 5 months to visit Asheville, to host community engagement events, to do stakeholder interviews, and get to understand the actual housing needs that Asheville residents are seeing. Number two, based on the research and engagement to date, we have generated 4 cross-cutting priorities that I'll get to later that guide the plan, and as well, we've essentially bucketed our strategies under 5 broad goal areas. Within that framework, the team, we are currently sharing those preliminary recommendations with stakeholders and community members with the intent of prioritizing those and right-sizing them so that the final recommendations are for the affordable housing plan work for the city of Asheville. And that includes recommendations for the city's existing tools like the Housing Trust Fund, Luigi, and more. Looking ahead, as our key strategies come into focus, the intent is also to align our recommendations with bond planning and to create an implementation roadmap so that what strategies we recommend, there's a clear direction forward, who's the implementer, what are the steps, and what are the funding opportunities available to make those strategies come into fruition. And last, just to restate, this evening we're just giving you a quick update, but we'll be returning in May to fine-tune our final recommendations and get your thoughts on our implementation roadmap. So going into this planning process, we had 4 primary goals. Number 1, to develop a roadmap that will improve existing housing programs, to implement new programs, and to allocate future resources for affordable housing. In order to do that, we first need to establish a clear picture of the current conditions based on the diverse resident perspectives and credible secondary data sources. Within that, we wanted to make sure that we were centering communities most affected by the housing crisis while addressing broader community needs as well. And above all else, we want to ensure that city resources are producing equitable outcomes and identify additional opportunities for the city to leverage its resources to advance racial equity. So this is a very quick summary of the research we've done to date. We've heard a lot from residents through online surveys, in-person events, and focus groups. Similarly, for stakeholders from across the housing ecosystem, we've done interviews and focus groups as well. And we have, of course, done our due diligence looking at census data, Bureau of Labor Statistics data, CHAZ data, and whatever data the city can provide us, as well as doing some population projections so we can start to make some assumptions around what housing demand might look like in the future so we can tailor our strategies accordingly. With that research completed to date, we bucketed our key findings into these 3 particular categories. Who lives here today? Above anything else, this housing plan will center the people who live in Asheville, as well as those who've been displaced from Asheville. Where people live today and how housing is developed, those findings focus more on the housing quantity and quality. And as a major portion of Asheville's housing was built before 1970, it's important to assess if those are still meeting the needs of today's Asheville residents and those of the future. And last, we looked at the factors impacting Asheville today and into the future. These were areas that impact the housing ecosystem, but the city may not have a direct impact on itself, but can prepare for nonetheless. So our housing, as I said, or I should say, housing does not exist in a vacuum, and our team heard several themes relating to factors that impact the current residents in the city's future. So here I'll get into those 4 cross-cutting priorities or 5 goals and show you kind of a preview of what we're working on with the community related to presenting our preliminary strategies. So after we pooled our analyses together and started to synthesize our findings, we realized that there were these 4 cross-cutting priorities across all of our analyses. First, there's prioritizing and incentivizing specific areas of support, namely long-term affordability, more than 10 or 15 years before the affordability period ends. Affordability for individuals and families at very low income levels, below 60% AMI. We understand the city has a variety of tools that do a good job of supporting 60 to 80% AMI housing, but what can we do to help reach those lower income families as well? Additionally, making sure that new housing and existing housing is accessible and features universal design so it can meet the needs of all Asheville residents, and making sure that we emphasize neighborhood choice, because at the end of the day, this is about self-determination, and it's about ensuring that Asheville's residents have a choice in where they live, what kind of home they want to live in, and how much it costs. The other cross-cutting priority is advancing racial equity. As I said, it's centered in the plan thanks to you all, and it's what my team does in particular. So we're looking at ways to address the racial housing home ownership gap, eliminate racial disparities through systems approaches, and we're utilizing Race Forward's racial equity impact assessment as part of our policymaking process to unearth any potential unintended consequences that our policy recommendations may have. Additionally, we want to make sure to protect against displacement. And we all know that that's more than just moving or leaving your home, which of course is the physical displacement that we all think of. But there's also cultural displacement, where cultures and social ties disintegrate. There's economic displacement, where businesses move or jobs move. There's environmental displacement, where folks are forced to leave because of climate change or other environmental or housing hazards. We want to prevent against all of those. And last, and actually this dovetails well with the Cease the Harm audit presentation as well, we want to use data to inform our target and target, the city's investments. So the 5 goals that we came up with to nest all of our strategies under are on this slide. I'll start actually at the bottom because it's really pretty foundational that first and foremost we brought in and strengthened the affordable housing ecosystem and its tools. As we all know, the city cannot solve the affordable housing crisis itself. This is a national crisis. There are lots of things that are impacting it. It doesn't mean that the city doesn't have any power to do anything, far from it. But the first thing that we need to do is broaden and strengthen the affordable housing ecosystem because there's a lot of momentum, a lot of eager players in the ecosystem here. It's just how do we align everybody's efforts and make sure to leverage everybody's time and resources best. We also want to align place-based policies and programs with related city initiatives. For instance, a lot of the city's tools are citywide. We want to look at where should we be targeting these particular programs or investments and putting really place into these particular strategies. We also want to promote policies and resources that help residents stay and thrive in Asheville. We want to preserve existing housing and improve housing quality. Oftentimes when we discuss affordable housing, folks think of the new shiny construction buildings, but of course we need to make sure that we're prioritizing preserving the existing affordable housing, both naturally occurring below market and deed restricted as well. And then last, we do also need to, of course, take the new construction into consideration by increasing the supply of housing and meeting the diverse needs of current and future residents. So we've come up with about 40 or 50 recommendations so far, not 108 just yet. And so this is a sample of some of them that we've nested under each of our goals. And I figured I'd pull out just a couple in particular. So preserving existing affordable housing and improving housing quality, I think one essential thing will be creating an inventory of the city's existing affordable housing. Again, both below naturally occurring below market housing, affordable housing, and deed restricted. That doesn't currently exist, but having a clear inventory of that and understanding when affordability periods are going to come to an end is absolutely crucial. That also would allow the city to think more strategically about acquiring naturally occurring affordable housing or other deed restricted affordable housing if there's a better sense of when we know those affordability restrictions will be ending. Similarly, for the aligning place-based policies and programs with the related city initiatives, someone brought up the great idea of aligning housing development priorities with the capital improvement programs. What better way to leverage the city's resources than to prioritize putting affordable housing where the city's already making investments? And then broadening and strengthening the affordable housing ecosystem and tools. You know, we've heard a lot about it tonight. There needs to be better coordination between the city and the county. It sounds like there's been some really great improvement over the last couple of years. But I should also say it's not just the city and the county. There's so many players in this space. How do we bring everyone together to the same table? Because there's so many shared priorities. How do we all leverage our resources together? So one of the things that we'll be doing tomorrow night at Harris Cherokee Center is we are presenting all of our strategy recommendations to the public. And so this is an example of one of them, Goal 5, broadening and strengthening the affordable housing ecosystem. And so we'll be going through each of these particular recommendations, fostering coordination with the public sector, increasing funds to dedicated affordable housing, whether that's through different mechanisms to fund the Housing Trust Fund, increasing competitiveness for QAPs and low-income housing tax credits, creating a more supportive environment for community development financial institutions, or convening a funders collaborative. That's another great way to bring all the folks to the table. And then including and collaborating with major employers in the area, including the hospitality industry. We also want to make sure to build the capacity of local nonprofit developers so that there is a a set of developers that are capable of using and utilizing the city's resources and programs once they're initiated. And we also want to increase the capacity of nonprofit service providers because we know that those services are absolutely essential for many affordable housing residents. So what we'll be doing is we'll be asking folks a variety of questions when we go through each of those strategies, goals, I should say. So we'll be asking people to tell us what are some of the possible unintended consequences that we may not be seeing, especially as they relate to racial equity. We'll also be asking what strategies are we missing? You know, folks have some really great ideas, and we want to know what we're not thinking of yet. We also want to have a better understanding of what strategies already have some momentum or have some alignment behind them. I think, again, the Cease the Harms audit's demonstration that there's some momentum or alignment behind more city-county collaboration is a key example of one of the things that we want to prioritize. Speaking of prioritizing, we want to understand what strategies will have the greatest impact in the short term versus the long term. There's some tools that the city has right now that do a great job of supporting affordable housing and programs that do so. So how can we plus up those programs in the short term to better support affordable housing, while also planning in the long term for those programs that could have a great impact, but will need a little bit more time to ramp up and get ready to operate. And then last, we're just going to ask folks to tell us, what do you advise the city prioritize? What do you see as the greatest need so that we can make sure that those are also on the short list for what we'll be addressing first. So looking ahead, we are currently in the community engagement and recommendations phase. But after this week, we'll be quickly turning to revising and prioritizing our strategies. After that, in April, we'll be aligning our strategies with the bond work. I know you all had a work session on that earlier today, and we actually met with the finance team earlier today as well. So we're working on figuring out what strategies might fit under that. From there, we will also be creating an implementation roadmap, which takes all of those strategies, has more specific action items behind each one, and who is going to be in charge of implementing that, what funding sources are available, what the timeline looks like, a real roadmap for how to actually accomplish these strategies. And then last, we'll be finalizing and releasing the actual affordable housing plan. So to sum up, again, the affordable housing plan is underway, and it's in alignment with the community's vision and the council's vision. Based on the research to date, we've created those 4 cross-cutting priorities, or identified those 4 cross-cutting priorities and created those 5 policy goal areas. Within that framework, we're now soliciting feedback from stakeholders and community members with the intent to prioritize and right-size those recommendations for the plan, including the city's existing tools. And looking ahead, we're trying to figure out how those strategies can align with the bond planning and creating an implementation plan. So again, this evening's presentation is mostly just an update of where we are so far, but I'm happy to take any questions you may have in the meantime.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you for being here tonight. And I am curious, I guess, once again, thinking only in silos, some of the things that you presented today around climate issues, thank you for the reference to the Stop the Harm audit. I'm wondering what it looks like before we just do another community engagement just on this. Is there an opportunity, or have you seen a best practice of knitting together some of the other documents that already have massive public engagement around them? For example, we have engaged our historic Black neighborhoods and legacy neighborhoods on several issues. One is our climate justice initiative. So we have a vulnerability index and we have neighborhood recommendations. Additionally, at the Reparations Commission meetings, I've heard neighborhoods like Shiloh or Burton Street say, if you want to heal our community, we've outlined that very clearly in our neighborhood plan. So it's like we keep coming back with a new plan and another set of questions to get the same answer. And I think that's where we get input fatigue.
Yes.
So is there an opportunity or a best practice that you see for us to start to knit some of those plans and engagements together?
Yeah, great question, and an absolutely great point. Coming into this, in fact, one of the first things that city staff shared with us was just how many other initiatives were going on and that we should be weary of engagement fatigue. So tomorrow night's event is likely our last large public engagement event. So hopefully we won't be bothering folks too much more after this. But that said, we have had several meetings with the city staff who are leading the Missing Middle study. We've had 1 or 2 meetings with the Housing IFA. Reparations Commission group. My colleague right now is meeting with the Legacy Neighborhoods Coalition. And we're also just having those conversations on the staff level to make sure that those recommendations are knit together. In fact, I'm meeting tomorrow with Steph Dahl and Emily Ball and several other community and economic development directors to make sure that our recommendations make sense for their priorities and see what aligns with the work that they're doing as well. One of the first things we did is just a document review of all the recent plans to see what else is going on. So I thank you for bringing up that point of engagement fatigue, because it's real, and it is a way that trust can be broken, and that's something that we're very aware of. And so we're hoping that we created something called a resident engagement roundtable, where we essentially did a stakeholder mapping exercise that looked at who is most likely to be impacted by affordable housing and by this plan, but may have the least level of influence in the overall ecosystem. And so we convened that group to try and focus our community engagement at those specific populations. But we've tried to be very judicious about the asks that we put out there. Another example of where we tried to avoid this is, I know that Poder Emma did an incredibly extensive community engagement initiative to put their plan together. And so we've been working with Bruno and Andrea with Poder Emma. I have their plan, actually it's in my bag right over there with a bunch of notes in it. So this is all to say, we want to make sure, and actually frankly it's really exciting to see how much alignment is coming together right now. Because oftentimes, these plans happen 2-3 years apart, and then you'll look at the plan from 3 or 4 years ago, and you'll be like, oh, that recommendation doesn't make sense anymore. But it seems like there's really a lot of momentum happening right now. And so it's been really exciting getting to speak with city staff and other community members about how they're starting to ramp up their affordable housing efforts and what we can do to be a part of it.
2 more things. You did an input at the mall.
Yes.
That was wildly popular because I heard about it. I don't know if it was one of the most engaged.
Yeah.
But people reached out to me like, oh, I'll go if it's at the mall. So it's just like a great example of like meet people where they are, because then they can do another activity or run another errand while they're doing it.
Yeah.
And it's folks who don't usually participate. So I was really
Yes.
excited, and I was excited to hear enthusiasm. Like, who wants to go to the affordable housing input? I'm like, okay, let's go. Another thing that's come into mind is that if we're asking pretty broad questions, but people don't know what to ask for, then it might not come across in recommendations. So, an example. We know that when we're talking about preserving existing affordable housing, and the folks who are maybe the most vulnerable to be able to access housing, we've struggled to get a down payment assistance program set up and functioning.
Yeah.
And we're making some strides in the right direction. That's exciting. But because we don't have one in place, folks might not know to ask.
Yeah, right. That's a great point. One of our areas, in fact, the first one is, I think one of our very first recommendations is just increasing awareness of city resources and county resources, really any resources that are available to renters and homeowners, compiling those together. But you make a very good point that sometimes people don't know what to ask for. And so I think, once this plan is finalized and adopted, I think community engagement will be an essential, or community education will be an essential part of this process, especially if new programming and funding is made available as a result of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a few thoughts. I chair our Housing and Community Development Committee, and so I have a lot of goals for this deliverable. And I'm curious if some of these are coming to us, or if I might just share them with you in the hopes that maybe there will be some recommendations. I saw you mentioned the bond cycle. Yep. So I would love to hear some input from your organization on just the bond cycles themselves, not just a bond here and there, but a true bond cycle, and if that's something that would benefit this community over time. I'm just going to go down a list here so you have them. We just had our first ever affordable housing bond in 2016, so I say that, with passion, like I really want us to continue this, and how can that be successful? Whether or not you have any recommendations coming around tools for NIMBYism, working with it, through it, I'm not sure what the correct verb is, whether or not we should be doing more by right housing development to help depoliticize some of it, and if there are any specific recommendations around that. For example, one of the reasons we're actually doing this study and this update is our Affordable Housing Committee pushed aggressively for this update, identifying it was so old and out of date. And one of the things they're suggesting also is that we bump that by right number, currently 49 in our community, to 99.
Right.
So any input around that, like right now, a project has to come to council if it's over 49 units or if it's over 100,000 square feet. If there's any other kind of examples out there that we could be doing better, that would be helpful. One of the other things is we have a hotel overlay district that we enacted. I don't know if you've heard about this, and it has like a voluntary community benefits table. Not sure if that's kind of a model we should be looking at. And then, we mentioned transit-oriented development, and I'm wondering if some of these things I just mentioned should be also targeted at those, because we're seeing, like, we have this big hearing next month for a 99 unit or 95 unit complex that is off a main road, but I'm trying to figure out how we get those onto the main roads and if we just need a direct policy at those corridors. And if you had any recommendations around that would be helpful. And then there was a hint at the down payment assistance, something that we struggled to launch because through our RFP process, our only respondents came back with a shared appreciation model. And any input you have into that type of model, a little different than the land trust, but also one of the tools, and we just haven't been able to launch it. And we have some potential to do that with some community partners soon, so I'd be curious to hear your firm's input on that as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Should I respond?
If you know, I think we have a long night, so I don't know if you have to tonight, but if you know some of them, go for it.
Well, I can say, we're looking at all of these.
Okay.
A bond cycle versus a single bond provides a lot of certainty, which can make for developers and investors, if they feel like there's going to continuously be, funds for the Housing Trust Fund or whatever resources they use to close the gap. That is one benefit of a bond cycle as opposed to, one-off bonds. We'll certainly look at some tools for NIMBYism. That admittedly is a very challenging thing to address. That's changing hearts and minds, and that can be very difficult on a personal level, but it's certainly something that we're not ignoring by any means. By right housing development, increasing the cap from above 49, that has absolutely come up and is one of our place-based recommendations already. Although we haven't given a specific number yet.
Okay.
We've certainly looked at the hotel occupancy community benefits table as well as a model. Targeting investments for transit-oriented development is also one of those place-based recommendations. And down payment assistance is absolutely, that's come up in every single, engagement that we've done, especially with community members. So figuring out what place the city should play in a down payment assistance program is absolutely going to be part of the plan.
Okay. And one last thing that came to mind, any kind of tools that the state may have or regulations, things that allow us to create housing for our public safety workers. This has been coming up more and more. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll stop there. We could talk for hours.
So could I.
We probably should.
Any other questions? Comments? All right, more to come. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, my chair's lay out. Sorry. Okay, that concludes our presentations for the evening. And we'll let all the presenters make their exit. Council, we have a few items on our public hearings agenda, but the first one, I need a motion to continue that item A to May 28th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're ready for item B, which is, looks like our planning staff's fighting upstream to get into the council chamber. It's a public hearing to consider an amendment to the conditional zoning ordinance for 1568 Brevard Road to make changes to the overall site plan and development proposal. And Will Palmquist is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. I'll be presenting this conditional zoning amendment petition for the project known as Ferry Road Community Also acknowledge the applicant team is with us this evening, members from the county and the representatives as well. So this is the project site. You all might be somewhat familiar with it. It has a little bit of a history. It was formerly a city-owned property, now owned by the county, located in South Asheville. It's a very strategic location. You'll note that it's adjacent to the French Broad River, I-26, not far from the Pratt & Whitney site to the southeast, North Carolina Arboretum to the southwest, Asheville Outlet Malls to the north along Brevard Road. The topography is interesting. You'll see that it corresponds to the proposed development layout, but a series of bluffs and ravines make up the site in general as it slopes down to the river. So the existing zoning is actually a conditional zoning from 2019 that rezoned it to a combination of residential and commercial expansion districts. It was proposed as a little bit more of a traditional subdivision with larger lots and a combination of single-family homes and other housing types. This proposal would kind of keep those zoning designations, but kind of change the geography of them. So the majority of the site would be zoned commercial expansion with one residential expansion portion, which corresponds to the development plans that we'll be seeing in a second. The future land use was actually updated at that last conditional zoning in 2019. It's still relevant and would not need to be changed for this proposal, which would be the majority being traditional neighborhood, neighborhood center in the center of the site, and then parks and open space designation along the French Broad. So before we get into the specifics about the actual project, just touch on the review process being proposed through this conditional zoning. This is being handled as a conceptual master plan review, which is similar in nature to the Project Aspire from several months ago, where tonight you'd be reviewing the overall entitlement, which is proposed with a range of land uses, unit counts, and that sort of thing. Those specifics will be worked out in the meantime, and then as long as the final proposal was in concert with this conditional zoning request, it would be reviewed at the staff level and would not need to return to you all for any kind of approval after the fact. So you'll see that the project is a little bit fuzzier in nature than other conditional zoning projects with a range of uses and characteristics. But essentially, this is the district plan as it's being called. There are 5 districts that make up the project in total. The first one is just the conservation area, which actually makes up the majority of the land in the site. You can see it outlined in the green. Districts 2 and 3, located to the west and east of the project site, are the multifamily residential districts, kind of 3 to 4 to 5 story multifamily residential buildings with a range of uses that I'll talk about in a second. District 4 is a lower intensity mixed residential district, be a combination of single family residential and also some missing middle style housing types like townhomes and duplexes, triplexes, quads, that kind of thing. And this area would be that carve out for the residential expansion. So the rest of the site could be commercial expansion and exist under that zoning. But due to the fact that they're proposing single family in district number 4, the residential expansion would have to be used since that's not allowed as a use in the commercial expansion. District 5 in the center is the mixed use core. It could have some residential, but would mainly be community serving uses, businesses, retail, clinic or health facility or that kind of thing. That's a little bit more of a Main Street mini downtown of the project site. So this slide breaks down the range of uses. So you can see that the overall residential units could range anywhere between 550 units to 935. You can see the breakdown by district noted there. There is a caveat in the project conditions that the proposed number of units within each district could shift as much as 50% up or down from these numbers, but that the overall project range would still be within that 550 to 935 number. Similarly, the proposed commercial uses below range between either 0 or 80,000 square feet by for the total project, broken down by district below where the majority of that commercial space is proposed in that District Number 5 mixed-use core at the center of the project site. Talk a little bit about, I thought I had this might be a different version of the PowerPoint, but I can still talk to it a little bit. So talk a little bit about the connectivity of the site. This is the Greenway and Trail plan. You can see that there's an extensive network of proposed asphalt greenway, which actually corresponds to the county plan Bent Creek Greenway that connects up north to West Asheville and then south to Henderson County. That's outlined in the orange color. So that's a regional trail connection that's proposed through this project site. There's also a number of trails that connect to the Greenway and to the project site itself. Also, I'll just note the internal roadway network essentially is proposed that off of Brevard Road would be this main roadway connection. That would have bike lanes on both sides of the road to handle traffic that kind of is going up and down in different directions through that entryway. It would have sidewalk on one side of the street as well. And then I don't have it tonight on this presentation, but just zooming out a little bit, I know we want to talk a little bit about some regional connections. I mentioned the Bent Creek proposed greenway. There's also bus routes in the vicinity, the closest one being ending near the Asheville outlets on Brevard Road, about 1.5 miles from at least where the roadway connection is proposed at Brevard Road. So there are a number of conditions associated with this project. We'll hit on the highlights of them. The project team will speak a little bit more to the goals of the project in regards to affordable housing, but they are committing to a minimum at this early stage of the project of 20% of the renter and owner-occupied units being designated affordable at 80% or below AMI, that the renter-occupied units would remain affordable for at least 20 years, and they would all accept housing choice vouchers. Traffic impact analysis would be required, and the project would implement any of those recommendations identified through that review process. And then finally, the main one being that kind of due mostly to fire safety regulations, the project team is proposing that depending on the number of units proposed in District 3, which is in the northeast corner of the site, the southern roadway connecting District 3 to the rest of the project may be eliminated if it's no longer necessary. So I'll just walk through that a little bit on the district plan so you understand better. This roadway may not be needed, which if not necessary for fire safety purposes, then it would cut down on construction costs, impacting the environment, impervious surface, and that sort of thing. So that's kind of still TBD depending on the number of units proposed in that district of the project. There are a lot of technical modifications being requested through this conditional zoning process for the project. This is mainly due to the range of uses and building types being proposed, just the complexity of the project, trying to fit it into a couple different zoning categories. Some of those zoning categories also have different requirements for single family versus multifamily. I'll run through these as quickly as possible. Essentially, it reduces the minimum lot size for District 5, where it's 1 acre otherwise, and for District 4, where it's 1 acre for multifamily development. It would reduce the minimum lot width of 40 feet in District 5, where 100 feet is required. It would give a maximum building height of 45 feet in District 4, where a maximum of 40 feet is otherwise allowed for single-family developments. It would allow for sidewalks of 8 feet in width along frontages and 5 feet in width internal to the site, where 10 feet and 8 feet wide sidewalks are required otherwise, or where 10 feet wide sidewalks are required for multifamily in District 4. It would allow for parking lots to be located in the front of buildings in District 1 and 3, where parking lots are required to be in the sides and the rear of buildings otherwise. It would allow front yard setbacks of 5 feet and rear yard setbacks of 15 in districts 2, 3, and 5, where front and rear yard setbacks are required to be a minimum of 15 and 15 feet respectively. It would also modify the front, side, and rear yard setbacks for District 4 for all projects and also specifically for multifamily developments. It would allow for building entrance intervals of 300 feet in District 5, which is that main commercial core where 75 feet maximum is otherwise allowed. A Type B property landscape buffer is required where the property abuts single-family and other residential zoning districts. The project is requesting that for about 300 linear feet in the northeast corner of the site, that buffer can be reduced to 15 feet in width due to the encroachment of the proposed greenway. The project would still plant the same number of trees and shrubs required. It would just be a more narrow strip of buffer. It would allow for the green stormwater infrastructure to be located in the required buffer yards for no more than 25% of the area. It would allow for sidewalks to be located on one side of the primary entry road, as well as the neighborhood streets in District 4, which is that mixed residential district, and also allow for no new sidewalks along Ferry Road. For District 3, instead of a sidewalk, the project would provide that greenway connection adjacent to the street. And if the greenway is not provided, then a sidewalk would be located on one side of the street. There would be no minimum parking requirements for the project. Maximum parking limits would still be applied to the project based on the standards set in the UDO. And finally, in District 4, this is kind of a little technical, but essentially if there are conflicts between the location of street trees and underground utilities like water lines, the street trees could be located elsewhere within the boundaries of that mixed residential district. The final location would be determined by the city's urban forester or their designee, but would not exceed 75% of the total required street trees within that district. The project was approved with conditions by both the Technical Review Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission. The project is consistent with the proposed future land use map. The traditional neighborhood that makes up the majority of the site talks about a variety of housing types. Neighborhood center in the center of the site is more of a corner store neighborhood commercial serving commercial node as proposed. And then finally, the parks and open space is provided adjacent to residential uses to give green space and recreational opportunity to residents. The project also supports a number of goals in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, including prioritizing greater densities overall, increasing and diversifying the housing supply, including affordable housing, building out the greenway network by linking greenways to transit nodes, employment, shopping, schools, parks, and other greenways, and also implementing green infrastructure and enhancing the urban tree canopy by implementing low-impact development and other green infrastructure strategies. Staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning amendment. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have. We also have the project team. They have a brief presentation to give, and they're available for questions as well.
I have my regular question, which I ask for all residential development, which is, have we talked with the applicant about a plan for renewable energy or anything that might limit a potential future installation of renewable energy?
I think we've spoken very broadly about that. I can't speak for them specifically, but I know the project is extremely preliminary at this stage, so it might not be fully fleshed out. I don't believe there would be anything limiting the potential for that type of infrastructure to be installed when the project comes to fruition, but they may be able to speak a little more to that as well.
And I know that we have some very skillful people at the county who may be able to answer that question. So just wanted to make sure that I'm consistent.
Is the county the actual applicant? Is the county the actual applicant?
Say it again.
Is the county the actual applicant? They're not going to retain ownership of it.
Here comes Brownie.
Yeah.
Speaking of the liberal.
Okay. Whoa.
Welcome.
We have so many requests. What can we wrap into a condition?
Welcome back. You remember this dais.
It's been a while, yeah.
You came for the solar plant.
I'm like,
I heard solar
stand up
panels, I
straight.
came right over. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see all of you. You know, some of the conversations earlier talked about the need for us to have more communication and collaboration between our different strategies around housing, and I think that all resonates a lot with us. So I brought much of Buncombe County government with me this evening, so we can just start that right now. I do want to acknowledge Commissioners Terry Wells and Arthur Sloan, who are here with us this evening, as well as our county manager, Avril Pender, and Assistant County Managers DK Wesley and Sybil Tate, and then there's the members of the development team that you'll hear from in just a minute. We appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening. I want to share just a few comments to introduce the Ferry Road project. We're excited about the project this evening because it represents a unique opportunity to address and make significant progress in addressing two of our community's really high priority goals. First, approval of the project will result in the preservation of a significant forested natural area along the banks of the French Broad River so that it can be accessed and enjoyed in perpetuity by the present and future generations. Second, approval will allow one of the most significant developments focused on affordable housing proposed in Asheville and Buncombe County in recent years to move forward. We're all working on these same issues together. Recognizing the growing crisis in affordable housing, the county's strategic plan has committed us to supporting the construction of at least 1,800 new affordable rental apartments in Buncombe County by 2030, with an average affordability level at the 60% AMI or lower. Achieving this goal will require us to at least double the number of new affordable apartments that are constructed each year. The county is also committed to significantly expanding affordable home ownership. The Ferry Road project will enable us to make significant steps towards achieving these public goals. As outlined in the staff reports, and you'll hear more details on this, under the development plans, the county is committed to making at least 20% of the rental units affordable. Considering the large scale of the project and that it will be built in phases over several years, I'm sure you can appreciate the need for some flexibility at this stage in the planning process. However, the intent of the commission, as we've discussed and approved in our public meetings, is that the percentage of affordable units in this project will be significantly greater than this. The development concepts we're focused on envision the construction of 2 LIHTC projects at Ferry Road, which would bring the percentage of affordable units to closer to around 50%, and would achieve much deeper levels of affordability while also leveraging tens of millions of additional dollars for investment in affordable housing to our community. The plans reviewed by the commission contemplate, and this is a significant project, the plans that we have reviewed contemplate a local public investment of more than $30 million to make this project a reality, the vast majority of which would be the investment in the construction of the affordable housing elements of the project. In addition to providing such a significant supply of new housing, Ferry Road will also be a wonderful place for people to live, as kids and their parents and family members can walk right outside their home and enjoy a system of trails and greenways running alongside the beautiful French Broad River. Buncombe County is not a for-profit developer. We are bringing this project forward in order to maximize the public benefits to the people of Asheville and Buncombe County. We know that to turn the tide on the growing affordable housing crisis in our community requires active collaboration between Asheville and Buncombe County. We've partnered on many successful projects in the past, and approval of this project represents another partnership opportunity tonight. So we appreciate the opportunity to be with you and work with you, and I'd now like to introduce our development team.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. My name is Nathan Pennington. I serve as the Planning Director for the county. I'm going to walk us through, and I'm going to be brief. If someone could the clicker thing has changed.
We're done with
All right.
this thing.
It's been a while. Okay, just to walk you through a little bit more about the history of this property. About the time I started with the county 9 years ago, the county was looking at it for the potential of a brewery Deschutes. That plan fell through. One of my first tasks moving over to the county from the city at the time was to look at rezoning the property. The county was looking at a developer out of California at the time. That plan also fell through. The county said, "Hey, let's take a look here and let's do something special." So from the time that the Riverwoods project did not go through up until now, we have been engaging the public, working with commissioners, working extensively with the public and the project team itself. This is something that's a little different from what the county has done previously. And we took it a step further. We actually engaged with the Development Finance Initiative out of the University of North Carolina. And they have a proven track record of bringing projects to fruition. One of the things I want you to pay attention to on this map in particular, Will touched upon the fact that there are some unique challenges to the property. It's what we like to call a knolled property, meaning that it has good development potential if done correctly. So instead of just putting the project out on paper first, we said, let's look at it backwards. Let's look at the areas we want to keep off limits. Let's set some higher standards. Let's look at the areas that have slopes greater than 25%. Those are those ravine areas that Will was referring to. And then let's look at what's in planning called clustering, putting development in the least environmentally sensitive areas so you can preserve and maximize the potential of the most environmentally sensitive areas. And in doing that, you can also bring additional treasures to a project. You can celebrate it through greenways and preservation and open space. And so we also weaved in a couple of other elements as well that you see on the slide before you. I'm not going to go in depth again on something we've already talked about, but affordability was a huge factor here in making sure that we got that greenway in place along the French Broad River, because it was a key linkage that we needed in this area. Equitable development, just wanted to touch on that real quick. The county adopted our comp plan recently, last year in May, and we did this whole plan through an equity lens. So when we talk about equitable development, we're talking about bringing in folks from all areas of the AMI perspective. And to do that, you really start looking at building true community in a project. Wanted to show you real quick that we didn't just look at, we have a strategic plan, you all have a strategic plan, a lot of folks have a strategic plan. You're gonna see a lot of synergy here between those two plans. And then on top of that, at the bottom, you'll see some of the elements that we worked in that spoke to both alignments with strategic plans along the way. The districts, as Will pointed out, make the best use of the property in the areas that are the least environmentally sensitive. And that's how we came up with this base plan. David Tuck's team over at Equinox, got to hand it to them. They really brought us the whole layer cake approach, and that's what we started with on this project. This just illustrates for you, you can see the conservation areas, and it's not just one singular conservation layer, it's multiple layers. Looking at the most environmentally sensitive and then backing it down to the least environmentally sensitive areas. As you can see from here, waterways, streams, tributaries were all important considerations as we made this plan. Affordability obviously was another key area here. Looking at the total unit count, I'm going to break that down a little further for you in the next slide here. We have both rental area again, and then we move into homeownership opportunities. So it's not just when it comes to affordable housing, as we all know, it's a fruit basket. You need a little bit of everything. And we know with the younger generations moving in and our aging population, that means different things. The zillennials, the millennials, they don't care so much about living in a basement or a garage apartment. They differ from the Gen Xers and the boomers. So we have to keep that in consideration when you're trying to build a community. And you have to remember too, those AMIs are important. You don't just want to focus on one particular fruit within that basket. So we also weaved in those all-important homeownership opportunities as well that you see in the more southern portion of the property itself. And then this is just a slide that really shows, if we're getting to the heart and soul of our community, we have people all across the spectrum. And we're trying to hit those different component areas, from the lower areas to upwards in the 80% AMI. Recreation was another key component. This is just a demonstration of some of the different areas in terms of the materials you can use. Especially want to be careful around your riparian areas, water, areas that need sunlight to filter through, and that's why you see those different material types in those walkways. Potential cost of the development, it's expensive, and we recognize that. But we want to show you that we have put together a tremendous effort to put as much skin in the game as possible. This is a final slide that just shows you a map of North Carolina and projects across the state. Like I said, DFI, we have Sarah Odio here, who's represented of that group, and she could tell you more than you could probably ever want to know about her program. And with that being said, that concludes my presentation. Staff and our full development team are here, available for any questions that you may have.
I'm just getting a little confused by all the unit counts, because the conditional zoning request, the staff part, said 550 to 900 and something. Now you're saying 635 total. Is it a six? It's a moving target, I get it. You're still in planning, but it's a 645. Are you looking at increasing that, or is this?
Let's bring up Sarah to answer those questions.
Hi, I'm Sarah Odio with Development Finance Initiative at UNC Chapel Hill School of Government. What you see here and what we're doing with the conditional zoning application is that our goal from here is to go out to find a master development partner to actually execute on this project. Now, we want to give maximum flexibility in order to be able to get the number of affordable housing units that we want. If that means that they need to build 350 market rate units to be able to bring that private investment to the table, the county is okay with that. Now, what's key here is that with the development agreement that they will have with the partner that they ultimately select, that is really where we're going to secure these detailed conditions that the county has. But again, that maximum flexibility is going to allow us to bring a developer to the table, really give and take where they might have more kind of expertise on a certain product, for example. And then the county, this is their property. They own it. They also have really a lot of legal restrictions on how this can be developed because it is county property. So there are additional protections beyond the conditional zoning that will be in place for this project.
One question I'd like to ask you, one of the questions I was going to ask about, I think you sort of answered that, was I was concerned about, I know he said that the affordable units would be available for 20 years, you know, that, and that to me, I know a lot of developers always say 20 years, and I was just wondering by Buncombe County actually, you know, being their project, how come they didn't stretch it out further, 30, 40 years as far as the affordability unit for 20%. But now, because you're saying that you have to have partners and you have to go out and make it look a certain way, then that answered that particular question. Yes. Okay, one other thing I want to ask you. I realized that he was talking about the ownership. You were saying something like, I can't remember the slide of how many units you'll be providing for 50% ownership.
Yes.
115.
Okay. Yeah, and you had them at the 50 and 60% AMI.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, what vehicle are you going to use to achieve that number? As far as, well, subsidies, it's going to be a lot of subsidies. There'll be a lot of vouchers in order, or would you do anything like deed restrictions?
Yeah, so a lot of subsidy. You saw the number, that is the net cost. So that also includes selling portions of the land for the market rate at fair market value, which is required by the county, all as part of a bigger deal, but there will have to be some sale proceeds for this property. To achieve the affordable homeownership, it's the way that it's done everywhere else in the county, which is finding a homeownership partner that has experience qualifying these homeowners, getting them into the home, connecting them with down payment assistance, connecting them, so all of that's important, connecting them to programs for additional mortgages at more aggressive rates. So all of that will be in place, but really the bulk of this will be coming from a county commitment to ensure that these pads are basically ready to build when they are conveyed to the affordable home builder. So with the roads, the utilities, all of that in place. Now, in terms of long-term affordability, that is one of the major goals that the county has. The key to that is finding the right partner, or a partner with the experience to take 50 units forward, qualify, and then make sure in the future there's
Well, I guess for my concern was, I was concerned about the affordability that they can purchase it, but I was trying to find a way that it could actually stay affordable for the next buyer, because that's the way you actually sort of get mobility. And so so that was the vehicle I was really concerned about.
Yes, so the county is looking and has been talking about a potential land trust model, but they are leaving it open to development partners to propose alternative models that maybe they haven't seen yet, but there has been extensive conversation about and using the land trust model for this project.
Thank you.
Another example was, I just had a conversation with Habitat recently about Habitat for Humanity as a local branch here, about a model they're trying to achieve where they are purchasing units and keeping them perpetually affordable in home ownership, rather than being the builder and lender
That's
as
exactly
well.
right. That's what I was
So,
actually,
and perhaps
yeah.
that's something that the
For sure.
county, I'm seeing nods, they sound like they're already talking with them.
Okay.
So that's the flexibility that we're trying to allow through this process, to say, okay, we have some clear ideas of what's been done elsewhere, but maybe we're gonna get a developer that comes in that has done something innovative that we haven't seen done before.
Okay.
We are setting the expectations. This is what we know can be achieved. Can you do better? And the conditional zoning is creating that space to allow them to do better if they can within the county's commitment for this site already, which is substantial.
Question for our city attorney then, process-wise, the conditions, are we setting a minimum unit count? I just saw like a minimum of 20% of units was on the slide, but we're not.
They're not set.
I don't think you're being asked at this point to set a minimum unit count. Is that correct?
There are within the districts, you'll see that there are ranges,
But those won't
not
land in
overall.
our conditions.
Not within the 20% of affordable, no. But that's part of the reason that it's 20% and not the 50% that the county is committed to funding. Because if we add more market rate in order to facilitate this, again, we want to allow that percentage to drop in order to get these, 300
I understand
plus
all the
affordable
flexible
units.
points needed. I guess I'm just trying to urge us to have increased density on our limited land in such a beautiful place in the city. But I think that, I'm sure they have a similar goal. I guess, is the city, are we going to be asked to financially participate in this model at some point, or is this a county-led? Does anyone know that?
Pass the hat.
Tim Love, Buncombe County Government. So today we presented a model that County Commission supports. There's no ask before you today. This is a project in the city of Asheville that checks a lot of boxes that I think City Council would certainly relate to. We showed you the strategic plan and the alignment there. There's a lot of other folks in this community, organizations that we would expect that would want to participate on something like this, but there's no ask.
Awesome, thank you.
I'm going to hang out here for a minute, so if there's more questions, please.
I'm just kind of glad that Deschutes fell apart, I guess. We weren't really glad when it happened, right? But I'm glad now.
We just wait for the right opportunity, and I think there was some good alignment, and I think this is a great moment to push a project like this that stresses what Nate talked about, which is equitable development, and this concept of folks that live in low to moderate income housing should have access to the same types of amenities that you would expect from a community with greater means, and that includes things as simple as conservation, greenways, trails, things of that nature.
So I don't have any questions. I just, like, the point that you just brought up was something I was thinking about a lot. You know, in my day job, I'm an environmental advocate, and in my night job, I'm also an environmental advocate, but spend a lot of time with affordable housing as well. And I often see us at odds, those communities, because it's really hard to afford green, sustainable buildings sometimes, and it's often really hard to afford affordable housing. And what I find really aspirational and inspirational about this project is that we're bringing 70 acres of like pristine, beautiful land on our French Broad and providing space for a lot of affordability, that we can start busting that myth that it's either or, that the folks who have the lease can be in some of the most special parts of our community. I find that really exciting when a mission-oriented organization like our neighbor sets forward to say, let's build community here. So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm ready to pose a motion.
Before you do a motion, I do have a concern. There's so much to celebrate here, and guess what? My concern's not gonna be new. It's transit. It's a core infrastructure that's missing for this huge neighborhood. So instead of freestyling, I submitted an appeal to our partners and neighbors at the county commission that I'm just gonna share for the record. And first, thank you to the county for your vision and commitment to developing affordable housing in our community. The conservation element and amenities plan for this development represent the climate and neighborhood resilience that are also high priorities for me and are reflected in council's strategic priorities. My primary concern is who has access to live here. Who are we leaving behind? Are the people of Asheville and Buncombe County who supported and are funding the housing bond considered? Though there are many interior plans for walkability, bikeability, and accessibility, potential residents accessing this development hinges on them owning and operating a car or commuting a mile to the closest bus stop at the end of W2. In our small group conversations at City Hall, I asked about transit access, and I appreciate that the city and the county are talking about future partnership. My ask is that we model what future partnership for transit looks like by modeling partnership today. Instead of partnering to study partnership or agreeing to talk about future commitments, we can learn by doing the work now and delivering for our constituents. Both the council and commission are being advocated by ART-C about funding transit expansion on the S3 and S6 routes, which would increase frequency from 90 minutes to 45 minutes. As a transit-dependent commuter, I'm also a member of ART-C, which includes Sierra Club, Mountain True, AARP, Better Buses Together, and Just Economics. We know that increased frequency is proven to increase transit ridership, and the good news is our ridership numbers are returning to pre-COVID levels. The South Asheville and Buncombe service is phase 2 of our transit master plan. Inca Candler is phase 4. In summary, I would feel so much better passing Ferry Road knowing that we're prepared for the necessary infrastructure, that residents of Asheville and Buncombe County will be able to access housing at Ferry Road without requiring a car, especially because I know families will sign leases here without owning a car. Without us providing this critical infrastructure, we'll see them walking on the side of the road. As a solution, we should exercise our partnership this year and grow that partnership to Inca Candler Ferry Road service in time for the service to be a reliable core service for this new neighborhood. If we don't, we're leaving our most vulnerable neighborhoods behind or on the side of the road without a real plan. And I also want to acknowledge who I'm talking to. I started riding public transit because in 2006, the city of Asheville, when Chairman Newman was in one of my seats, experimented with fare-free service. And I realized, well, if I can get on the bus, then the only fear I had was how to get off of it. And since then, I have relied on transit, and I've fallen in love with my city and our city. So thank you for your commitment to transit and multimodal infrastructure. There's a gap here, and I think we can fill it if we work together.
I know you want to make a motion.
Yeah,
Does
but-
anyone else have any comments before? I'm going to open the public hearing, and then we'll make a motion. Does anyone else have any questions, comments? Okay, we have a few people signed up, so I'm going to ask them to speak. The first person signed up to speak is Clark Duncan, and as he's making his way, again, speakers, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and watch the lights.
I promise to be more brief, Mayor. Madam Mayor, members of council, it's always an honor to be with you. My name is Clark Duncan, and I serve as Executive Director for the Economic Development Coalition. And I'm here to speak in support of this innovative project. Just yesterday, I had the opportunity to sit with the headquarters leadership of the cities, one of the city's leading manufacturer employers out of state. And they actually spoke glowingly about our friends and neighbors, their workforce. They talked about this can-do spirit, about the resiliency and their adaptability and their innovation. But they shared what many employers share today, which is their fear that their next generation of employers won't be able to afford living here, much less building a life where they can thrive here. Housing availability and affordability is really, truly the largest constraint on our ability to advance our shared goals in economic development, which is growing wages and growing opportunity here in Asheville and Buncombe County. So I encourage your support of the project tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Jared Wheatley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Jared Wheatley, speaking solely for myself on a personal perspective. This project's really interesting. It's like the furthest southwest piece of property we own down Brevard Road. As mentioned, it's about 1.5 miles from the outlet mall. And within our priorities, or your priorities, we have affordable, equitable, and stable housing. And this project's super cool because of the equity component and the home ownership opportunity. It also meets many different diverse housing needs, which I think makes it special. And I'm not sure that a private developer is going to be able to step into our community and provide these opportunities. So Buncombe County stepping up in this partnership is awesome. It provides me a lot of hope for where the housing market may be going with our help. I will speak just briefly to Equinox and their layer cake approach. My goodness, you guys didn't get the PhD thesis we did, but they definitely dissected that land and worked diligently to make it a very environmental approach. Along with that, they also made sure to cap their density. With this amount of land, somebody could have pursued much more housing, and they took a responsible approach, capping heights and density, that when a future private developer comes in, it maintains a responsible approach. So I just want to kind of applaud them in that way. However, I would also like to echo that transit needs to be an affordability component. And right now, this property doesn't have any access to transit. So, a vehicle is about $800 to $1,000 a month to own, operate, and maintain. And so that's a burden a household needs to be able to afford affordable housing. And so without belaboring that too much, I think it is important to consider transit opportunities to this area. Additionally, this housing probably isn't going to show up until like 2028. So it does give us a long time or a longer horizon to review those opportunities. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have one other person signed up to speak. That's Jen Hampton. Have you on the next one? Okay, not on the next one then? I can move it. Okay. Yes, Jen Hampton, please. Yeah.
Hey, y'all. Good evening. My name's Jen Hampton, and I'm here today in my role as the Housing and Wages Organizer for Just Economics. I just want to echo a lot of what I've heard from Kim and Jared and Clark. We at Just Economics are delighted by the proposed development by the county. It's really exciting to see this level of affordability for our community, and we hope that this level of affordability will remain consistent throughout the development process. And speaking on transit, we also really urge the city and county to acknowledge that public transit access is vital for affordability, and we urge you to work together to both plan and fund the extension of a transit route to this development. Because without it, a large portion of the population could miss out on the benefits of this incredible opportunity to have some affordable housing. This development being proposed by the county has the potential to be a game changer. It can really change the model of what we do with our publicly owned land for the community. So let's keep it moving, and while also keeping in mind that the accessibility of the development to those who need it the most. Thank you.
Yes, okay. David Moritz.
First of all, I want to shout out to our democracy. We've got the county coming to the city, asking for approval to build housing on their own land. And they're being heard, I'm being heard, but they're also not able to force your compliance, even though they're the county. So I think that's a great civic lesson. I'm in favor, obviously, of housing. I've spoken a lot about housing and affordable housing. I do want to bring up the elephant in the room. And that is, and the county they put it in there, no parking requirement for this project. I'm no fan of parking requirement, like my project that I'm trying to do has no parking. But I think that's sort of a message the county is sending to the city. They're basically saying they can't do this project according to our parking requirements. And this is in the suburbs. They're saying, they spent since 2021 working on this, and they're saying they can't provide affordable housing at this scale without completely getting rid of all the parking, not even reducing it, but zero. And that's only something the county has the privilege to come here, spending 3 years to achieve. No private developer would take that risk that the city would not approve their project after spending a ton of money. And that's the thing about the parking requirement, is that's a huge hurdle for other places. For example, Haywood Road. No housing is being built on Haywood Road because there's an extensive parking requirement. And we have 3 buses that go every day down Haywood Road. We actually have the transit there already, but nobody can build the housing there because of the parking requirement. The lots are too small. Most of the land has to be used for surface parking, so you can't fit an apartment there. And we have the transit there. So where we have the transit, where we could do affordable housing, where people could take the bus, like on Haywood Road, I think if you approve this and give the county that privilege, the city really needs to evaluate their parking requirements for everybody. They shouldn't get preferential treatment, especially since they're saying it's a huge impediment to creating affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment on this item. Council, any other questions, comments, or do I have a motion?
I'm ready for a motion. And it reads in a little bit of a long form. So here we go, everybody. Buckle up. Motion to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 1568 Brevard Road, zoned commercial expansion -- conditional zone and residential expansion conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community in that the request, 1, prioritizes greater densities of development overall as a means of achieving more walkable and efficient urban environments and as a tool to help protect and preserve open space and the natural environment. 2, increases the supply of affordable housing in proximity to schools, transit, and parks. 3, links greenways to transit nodes, employment, shopping, schools, parks, and other greenways. And 4, implements low-impact development and other types of green infrastructure strategies.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I would just like to say thank you to the county for putting this project together. This land has a lot of history, and I won't go into it too much, but I will say that we sort of convinced you to buy it. So thank you so much for figuring out how to pivot when the Deschutes project did not work out. And your purchase of it actually also settled a long-standing kerfuffle, if you will, between the city of Asheville and Henderson County, so that worked out nicely. It originally was going to be a sewage treatment plant, so here we are
Much better.
with a housing project. So that's been a long road. So, and looks kind of long still, ahead of us. But I personally am thankful for all of the work that it's taken. And I think I saw Tim Love present on this at the chamber, I don't know, a couple of years ago or something. So thank you. All right. Anybody else? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Who wants to, who's in charge?
Do you guys want to take a quick break? Okay, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break we'll come back at 8:15. Okay, welcome back to the Asheville City Council meeting. We're ready to finish up our public hearings agenda with item C, a public hearing to consider an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance limiting the land uses allowed within home occupations. And Chris Collins is going to give us the presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Collins with the city's Urban Planning and Urban Design Department. Have some quick updates to the home occupation regulations. I'm going to move through these quickly as you still have a full plate ahead of you, so let me know if you need me to slow down on anything. First of all, we're going to talk about how there is no limitation on land uses eligible in home occupations currently, and more specifically, we're going to look to fix an unintended issue whereby uses listed as expressly prohibited elsewhere in the city may have been allowed as home occupations. But additionally, we're going to look to align the city's home occupation regulations with common practices found across the state, removing unnecessary regulatory barriers for home-based entrepreneurs while trying to promote equity as well. So let's dig right in. Removal of expressly prohibited uses. The UDO's permitted use table right now has a subset of uses that you see in front of you that are listed as expressly prohibited, either in certain places in the city or citywide. These uses are generally prohibited due to material safety, nuisance, and health hazard issues. It came to our attention that currently these are not cross-referenced with home occupations and may be technically allowed to be conducted as home occupations. The other change we're looking at, and these other changes came at a recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission, is an increase in the maximum area of the home allowed to be used for home occupation. Currently, 25% is allowed. Staff was able to survey the state and feels comfortable recommending that increase to 30% of the home being allowed to be used for home occupation. This does include area within an accessory structure as well. And speaking of accessory structures, there is a provision currently in the UDO that says when artist workshops and studios are used within accessory structures of home occupations, there was a subset of additional setbacks, size restrictions, and height restrictions on that accessory structure. Since that time, we have passed general limitations on accessory structure size and height, and we have updated our noise ordinance, which controls nuisance generated where those additional setbacks may have been required. And there's also a separate regulation that already controls nuisance from noise, vibrations, glare, fumes, or odors from a home occupation. So these specific standards are unnecessary and conflicting with more recently adopted provisions, so we're recommending those be removed. Home occupation vehicle standards. Right now, the UDO allows one vehicle principally used for the home occupation, but it requires that vehicle to be parked within an enclosed garage. That is problematic because many homes in the city do not have access to an enclosed garage, so removal of that garage requirement does remove barriers and may promote equity in home occupations. Parking standards, the UDO requirement currently requires that home occupations provide one additional off-street parking space. Much like the garage requirement, many of our homes in the city do not have access to an off-street parking space. And based on what we've found surveying other jurisdictions in the state, staff is recommending removal of that requirement for an off-street parking space. As said, on March 6th, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6 to 0. Did recommend exploring those further amendments that I just presented to you, and staff does recommend adopting all those amendments to the UDO as presented. And I have a suggested motion in front of you there. Take any questions.
Yeah, can you explain a little bit about item I? Are we suggesting adding that to the list or keeping it? I'm just thinking about, like, we mentioned the artist studios, and that's great, but if someone has like a art event and more than 6 people come, it looks like that's not allowed.
So you're talking about the accessory structure standards. All we're looking to do is remove the additional restrictions that are placed on that operation when it is conducted in an accessory structure. Right? So right now, that section simply states when you do an artist studio or workshop in a separate accessory structure, it requires additional property line setbacks and sets further limitations on the size of that accessory structure.
Yeah, this is the one I'm reading in item I. I was just reading through to check and see which ones were on and which ones were crossed off. So when I look at the documents under, let's see, section 1, item I, the home occupation shall not materially increase the traffic that's found in its vicinity when the use is not in operation. So the example you gave was an artist studio, and I was like, I know artists that might have a Saturday event, and they might have more than 6 people. Are we just leaving that one in because it's already in?
Yeah, we just hadn't touched that provision. We were removing the accessory structure provision.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like this is a rare occasion when we actually reduce language in the UDO. And I'm happy to make a motion if there's no other questions.
Well, we've got one person signed up under public comment, so
So
let me
sorry.
just open the public hearing on this, and Jared Wheatley is signed up under this item.
He's going to talk about parking.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Jared Wheatley. Here is just my sole self. Mainly what I wanted to do is do what the kids call give staff their flowers. They did an excellent job on this UDO text amendment, taking into account DEI lens, trying to make it less restrictive on home occupancy and more aligned with what zoning's used for, relying more heavily on nuisance standards that are set elsewhere and managed elsewhere. And I say that because it's important to me because the small businesses I've started have all been in violation of our current UDO. And so this is one near and dear to my heart. Thank you, Brad, for putting the earmuffs on. But yeah, I just got to say, like, they've been awesome. It's been awesome to watch them work through this. So thank you, staff.
Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, and now I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the proposed wording amendments to Chapter 7 of the Asheville Code of Ordinances and find that the proposed amendments are reasonable, are in the public interest, are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meet the development needs of the community, and that the amendment will ensure protection of neighborhoods by disallowing certain uses within home occupations and create a simplified set of regulations by which residents must operate home occupations.
Sandra, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. And now, if everyone would just settle in, we're going to move on to the fiscal year 2025 fees and charges ordinance, and Taylor Floyd is going to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you again. Taylor Floyd, Budget Manager, here with recommended changes to fees and charges for FY25. So we'll start with a brief overview about how much of our budget fees and charges are, why we charge for certain things. We'll go through the recommended changes, which include modest increases to the bills that most households pay for water, stormwater, and sanitation, as well as some parking services changes. And then 2 other things that include a curb installation fee and various water mostly development-related items. And then a summary. So our key takeaways, as you all know, we review fees and charges as part of the budget process every year. We bring those to you all early so that we can communicate any changes to our customers, and also so that we can include any additional revenue and service enhancements in the manager's proposed budget. Fees and charges represent a small portion of the general fund revenues, but are the major revenue source for most of our enterprise funds. And our staff recommendations were approved unanimously by the Finance, Policy, and HR Committee, and again, include the items I laid out earlier. So briefly, why do we charge for services? A couple reasons. One is the customer versus community benefit. So some of our services have more broad community benefit, some more directly benefit the people that are taking advantage of those services. In the latter instance, we generally will try to recoup a higher percentage of the cost to deliver those services. In some instances, we charge to ensure access. The easiest example of this is parking. Free parking, may mean that there's less parking available for people to utilize. So we want to make sure that we maintain that access. And then in some instances, we have statutory requirements around delivering service, like development review or inspections, and some other requirements that go along with charging fees for those. The factors that we utilize to set those fees and charges include, again, the cost to provide those services, who benefits from the service, and then we often utilize fee studies, try to get some technical expertise from outside the city to help inform those decisions. As I said, fees and charges make up a relatively small portion of general fund revenues. In the current year, they represent about 11% of our total revenues. On the enterprise fund side, it's just under 3/4 at about 72%. So again, a major source of revenue in our enterprise funds. So getting into the specifics on water, just wanted to highlight this typical residential household impact. So this is kind of our typical household at that tier 2 for stormwater, and 6 CCFs of consumption on the water bill per month. Total impact you can see there for the recommended increases is just under $20 annually. In our Water Resources Fund, we have a number of challenges and opportunities. Some of the challenges include our aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance. We've identified $240 million of needs to invest in the water production and distribution system. We also recently completed a cost of service study and financial plan that told us that our current rate structure is inequitable between our ratepayers and the rate classes, and what we'd like to do is rebalance that. But unfortunately, that does mean some significant increases for certain ratepayers. We think we've developed an efficient and equitable multi-year approach to adjusting those fees that will give us the resources that we need to invest in the system and allow us to continue to deliver services. We also have a meter replacement project that's underway right now that will help improve our data, customer service, and billing consistency. And as always, we're looking to identify grant opportunities, other funding opportunities to address some of these maintenance needs, and have done so specifically for some replacement of lead service lines. So staff is recommending a 3-year phase-in. We did look at a 5-year phase-in with the Finance, Policy, and HR Committee. We think 2 main reasons. One is the equity among rate classes. We want to eliminate that inequity faster with this 3-year phase-in, and really provide that financial sufficiency, the opportunity to make sure that we're maintaining our debt rating, we're committing to funding that capital, and ultimately the 5-year plan would have actually resulted in higher rates at the end to achieve the same reserve targets from a financial perspective than the 3-year plan. So what that looks like for next year, the piece of this that we are actually asking you all to approve. On the left, you can see the base charges, so that's a kind of a flat bi-monthly charge. Only one minor change there to the smallest meter size, which is 5/8 meters, 3% increase. The main changes are on that volumetric, so the consumption-related side of the water fees. And you can see we're holding the single-family residential one flat. That's in large part due to, again, that cost of service study, but also some feedback that we received from you all last year as we were going through our fees and charges. But that does result in some significant changes for some of our other rate classes. So I do want to point out that there is, again, a small increase that single-family residential households will see, and that's related to that base charge on the left-hand side, but it is relatively minor. Looking at how this will impact actual customer bills, again, these are usage that we pulled from real customers in all of these rate classes to try to give you an idea of what those changes will look like in each of the rate classes. Again, you can see a very minor change at the residential and a number of more significant changes for the other rate classes. And again, what we will do with that additional revenue is primarily fund the $240 million of capital needs we've identified. That includes that meter replacement project that's already underway, and then we have some really significant rehabilitation enhancements and expansion projects at our water treatment plants. Any questions about the recommended changes to water fees?
I'll just underscore a point that you brought up. We've seen this several times now at Policy and Finance, and I feel very comfortable, and I think it's important for us to get to a more fair cost of service between our commercial and our residential clients, customers. And I feel really certain that we need to make $240 million of investment. Water infrastructure is so important. We don't survive as a city if we don't have a healthy water infrastructure. Our economy doesn't survive. And so we need to make these investments. That I also feel sure of. I also hear a lot about this is going to be a lot up front for the commercial clients, customers, and I'm concerned about that. And so in Policy and Finance, we said, okay, can we slow this down? 5 years just lets people balance this out differently. And I spent a month in between those committee meetings being like, this could be a way to offer something within this set of needs we have. And then the numbers came back that it would be more expensive for those customers in the long run. It really, slowing it down would make it easier in year 1, but at the end of year 5, they'd pay more. So I was really hopeful that would be a way for us to compromise or show that the business community is important to us and we hear you, but the numbers just didn't work. And so I do want to say that in the context of all of those, we still also need to be looking for other resources. The state gave out $2 billion to over 100 municipalities for water infrastructure, and Asheville got 0. So we need to start working across the aisle to have conversations around our infrastructure. So that's less of a question, but it's really important and I wanted to share.
I echo some of that, the concern for businesses. And I have spent time recently hearing from businesses that were alarmed by their increases, but one consistent thing kept happening. As I heard from a business, I said, okay, well, look up your water usage and tell me what your increase was. Because I kept hearing them kind of say, well, it's going to impact everyone and all the restaurants or all the breweries or all the hotels, whatever it was. But every time I asked them to look up their bill and come back to me with how much it would impact them, they said, okay, well, maybe it's not so much for us. We didn't realize. So there might have been a more educational approach to this that we could have taken. And I think it's partly what I was saying earlier in our budget session. Like, I don't know an example of a manufacturing with an 8-inch pipe that does $70,000 in water use right now. I don't know who that is to know if we're impacting them greatly or if that's our little brewery down the street. I just don't have the measure. So in the future, when we do this, I think we need to do a little bit better explaining the actual impact and who it's impacting and maybe getting them information. We do water inserts, maybe it could have been a thing, but I am thankful that I'm hearing a more calm reaction when they actually do their own math. I just wanted to share that input.
For water, I have regularly voted against the water rates because I was concerned that residents were picking up the tab while we were subsidizing the largest accounts and that we weren't investing enough in our infrastructure. And this is the first year that I'm able to support this. We've reviewed the long-awaited water rate study. We've worked on this for a long time. We reviewed it at Policy, Finance, and HR. That study recommends significant adjustments to get us to fair rates instead of the disparity that was up to 103% off of cost of service. So this 3-year phasing is recommended for rate equity, fiscal responsibility, and needed infrastructure for investment, and we must do it. So I'm planning to support the water rates because keeping our water on is a matter of public health, and it represents climate and neighborhood resiliency, and it's critical for our economy. I do hear the business concerns and wholesale water rate increases, and I appreciate the offers from our community to join in advocacy for state and federal funding, which will be on our agenda later tonight as part of our state legislative agenda.
And I just want us to remember that we can come back and adjust rates. We can come back, we can revisit, but again, right now, this is our recommendation, but if we get additional funding, we'd be more than happy to come back and adjust.
All right, so next we'll move on to parking services. Similar story on the challenges and opportunities. We have some aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance. As you all know, we had a parking garage assessment recently completed that recommended repairs and ongoing maintenance that will help extend the life of our parking garages to the tune of $11.3 million. Some of those priority repairs are already underway. We are also working on a comprehensive review of the operational side of parking services to see how we might deliver that service differently, look at the fee structure and where we may need to do expansion of that service. And again, we have this opportunity to utilize these fees to help address this need that we've identified. So the on-street parking changes recommended by staff include a 50-cent increase in the on-street hourly rate and an extension of enforcement in the evenings. Currently, Monday through Saturday, that stops at 6 p.m., and we would add an additional 3 hours to 9 p.m. In the garages, we have a number of changes. Most of these are actually not intended to raise revenue, but really more about driving some behavior change and providing some more flexibility for our customers. The top two, lowering the daily max from 20 to 15 and the lost ticket fee from 25 to 15, we hope actually will incentivize some patrons that maybe are planning to spend the day or an extended period of time downtown to just park in the decks and walk around because they know the max that they'll pay is $15. The first hour free, again, that's something currently that we provide to all hourly parkers in the decks, and we're proposing to change that so that essentially if you're in and out within an hour, you don't pay, but we're not giving a free hour of parking to someone that may be staying in the deck for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. We do expect that to generate some additional revenue.
So the behavior change is to park in the parking garage as opposed to the metered parking.
Right, so yeah, if you're gonna be downtown for, again, 8 hours, let's say, that's where we would prefer that you go to the deck so that those kind of prime spots are available and are turning over and are open more regularly.
So we're going back to the first hour free. Yay. But the revenue is coming from, because
Essentially, so if you're parking for 2 hours right now, you're only
just
paying for
betting
one,
they're gonna be there for
then you
longer.
would be
Okay.
paying for 2.
Gotcha.
So that one's, candidly, it's a little bit of we're unsure, right? Because there may be some behavioral change that happens. Maybe a lot more people start parking for an hour, but we feel pretty good about that revenue estimate. And then the last one, again, is less intended to generate additional revenue and is really more about efficiency and customer service. Currently, we charge 2 different rates for special events if there's something happening in the Civic Center. We've discounted that multi-day events to $7 instead of $9, and we just think it would be easier for the folks that are taking that money because that gets taken on the front end. If we have a flat fee and just make it easier for us and for our customers in those instances. Did want to make note, again, to talk a little bit about some of the monthly parking options. I know that's a concern of, especially for folks that work downtown. So right now, you can see these that you can see them clearly are our monthly parking rates for our for parking garages that range from $100 to $130. And I believe most of these 12-hour rate and sunset rate were instituted, may have been 2 years ago now. But we've tried to provide some flexibility and some other options for folks to be able to park in the garage and not have that 24-hour access if they don't need it. That includes that 12-hour rate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then the sunset rate, which is a little bit complex, but essentially provides evening access Monday through Friday and then 24-hour access Saturday and Sunday. We also have a number of surface lots that range in cost from free. So for example, the employee lot right next to this building is free after working hours to $60 a month. And then we have some on-street monthly permit parking mostly around the edges of downtown that ranges from $30 to $50. So we think this provides some good options and more affordable options for folks to be able to park in and around downtown. So what we would propose to do with these changes, again, the main thing would be funding that $11.3 million of identified repairs to parking garages to help extend the life of those facilities. We also, the assessment recommended that once we get through that $11.3 million of repairs, that we have around $1 million a year of ongoing maintenance to the garages. And then in the case of the extended hours, we would need some additional enforcement staff. That could also help support some parking enforcement issues outside of the Central Business District, which Parking Services has taken over from the police department in the last few years. I think that is the last slide, so any questions on parking?
Do these proposed, what paths does this create for us to address that 11.3? If things proposed as is, how much of a bite out of that does it take, or what funding plan does it put in place?
Sure. So I think likely what we would do is cash fund, would generate some revenue right off the bat that we would be able to kind of take off some of that so we wouldn't have to borrow quite as much. But the total amount should allow us to issue the debt that we would need to issue over the next 3 to 5 years, depending on how long all of those take to pay the principal and interest on that debt.
Great. And then earlier tonight, today, whenever that was, during our work session.
It's been a long day.
It has. If you could go back to where it had the rate breakdown of the on-street, I just want to reiterate that when we get to decision-making, I'd like to propose that we consider looking at this differently. I think that for a long time, we've maintained free parking after 6, and I think especially for the weeknights, I think there's a lot of residents who really value coming downtown and being able to pop in and out of on-street parking. I also think that, having talked with our professional staff, that we do want to signal behavior change to the decks, but extending the hours might not be the make or break mechanism to do that. And so I'd like us to consider increasing the on-street hourly rate an additional 50 cents to $2.50 and maintain that parking's free after 6, so that we can still pursue the revenue goals we need, but without making that change. Also, while knowing we're doing a parking study, and so there might be other things, the whole system might need to be looked at differently, that I'd rather make sure that we're getting the revenue we need now and start pursuing to make sure we have excellent maintenance of our systems, and looking at any further behavior stuff in the context of other strategies that might be presented to us.
Yeah, I appreciate hearing from folks that are not only workers and advocacy groups that work with workers, but also from our arts, music, and cultural community that's scheduling events, and they're specifically trying to bring locals downtown after 6 o'clock. So for me, our aging parking decks are like obvious examples of how our tourism burdens our infrastructure while the people who live and work here pick up the tab. And fundamentally, I think our parking decks should be maintained in part by our hotel occupancy taxes, but until then, just relying on property taxes is not the answer. So I appreciate most of the recommendations here. I think this helps to capture more tourist dollars through parking revenue, working towards a menu of mitigation for people who work downtown and support local businesses, keeping the first hour free, lowering the daily max rate in the decks from 12 to 15. Those are all important and appreciated. But I'm also hearing that we should expect a greater demand for workers. And I know, I looked at the county's program for the affordable parking program, and it looks like they still have 57 of 200 spots left. So they haven't even met demand yet. I don't know if it's because we haven't tried to help get the word out. We're certainly hearing about the impact of parking on affordability for workers, but maybe we need like a public-facing response or an automated response. But if you're listening to this meeting and you work downtown, please check out the affordable parking program through Buncombe County, because that is a way to mitigate the cost of parking. And I appreciate Councilmember Ullman's suggestion to increase the meter rates instead of expanding to 9 p.m. I think that makes it so that I can support it.
I agree with that change too, the change in the rate to allow for the later hours to remain free. Something else I would also support. I have like a philosophical fundamental question here, because I think at the retreat, or I guess it was our retreat, we learned that in the last 5 years, the Parking Enterprise Fund has been subsidizing and helping the transit fund to the tune of maybe $7 or $8 million, about $1.5 million a year.
It's just under $1 million this year.
Just under $1 million this year. Some years it's $1.5 million. But then we've got the slide where we're going to raise the rates to cover the $1 million in repairs it can't afford itself. Like, do we need to have a conversation around, you know, the $11 million in repairs of the deck may not have happened had we not been sending money elsewhere and been maintaining our own enterprise fund capital assets. Now, I'm not saying we need to short transit and all this stuff. That's a whole other thing, a can of worms to open, because transit is also underfunded. But we have now an asset that is struggling because we were sending money outside its enterprise fund, and now we're having to raise rates to cover what it's been sending out the door. And that fundamentally doesn't seem balanced to me. And is that something that you all are looking at, or is this just we're going to keep raising the rates and sending the money to transit and hope it all works out?
I would say that, you know, the transit, as we talked about earlier at the work session, is, you know, we continue to see costs escalate pretty dramatically just to maintain that service at its current state. So that does present a challenge for us. I think that's a policy decision. We would certainly, you know, I think, not to speak for the city manager, but look to you all to direct us if that's something we want to look at in a future budget. We certainly can do that.
We certainly understand that we have these competing needs. Ultimately, we need an additional revenue source to fund transit. This is tough on our general fund budget and parking to try to fund this much-needed service through this particular funding source. You know, we've been talking about going to the state legislature to get half-cents or quarter-cent sales tax. I mean, there are lots of other ways that lots of other communities are funding transit other than through the revenue source that we are having to fund it with. But it's all we have now. And there isn't another source. So this is how we've had to manage.
And I'll add to that the comprehensive operations analysis that staff is scoping right now for transit. I think we did a really good transit master plan in 2018, and that we've implemented a lot of the things. That's getting us towards the transportation options we need. And I think this COA, they call it comprehensive operations analysis, will allow us to look at the bones that we built in the transit master plan and have a financial layer of, my hope is that we can say, if you want a Cadillac, it'll cost this. If you like, I'm not gonna follow through with a good vehicle metaphor, but essentially I think that we are in a chance right now to ask some of those hard questions you're having, Sage, of like, what is our financial future for this service? What is our priority? Because I think your point is well taken. I think there was a admirable theory that if we want to signal mode shift, we should use money from parking to subsidize transit. I believe in that vision, and 1 + 1 did not equal 2 in this case, so we need to step back and do some bigger strategy work for transit, and I'm very excited that we're getting that into the works right now.
Sure, and I guess I just, have lingering concerns because what happened is that the decks began to fall into disarray. We had some mismanagement of other things, like we used $1.6 million in rescue dollars to cover a gap, like the whole thing. And I understand we're regaining control and better planning of this department, but it has been problematic. And one of the other things that has come along this last 10 years in this parking fiasco is that we also planned to put meters in the South Slope, the Biltmore Village, and the west part of the city, and we haven't. So, we're kind of forcing our existing meters to take the brunt of what could be spread throughout the city. And do we have a plan for those other meters?
Yeah, I think that's something that we are looking to that
Another
assessment
study.
to help us identify not only where we have opportunities for expansion, but again, where we may have some opportunities to change the way that we're managing our existing parking, whether that's, varying the rates or, there's a number of different opportunities, right? And we're just looking for a subject matter expert to help guide us on which ones we should be looking at more closely.
Well, and I remember,
I appreciated that you asked about this because we were on that committee.
I remember, yeah.
10, 8, 9, 10
8 years ago, yeah.
So the other concern that I have about bringing that up this year is that we don't have the staff. We don't even have the staffing to
Right.
really pull off till 9 PM, much less Haywood Road. But the other part is like cities like Austin where you have permitted parking on the spine of a residential neighborhood. The residential neighborhood part usually needs permitting, and that's even more staffing that we don't have a plan for or the expenses to back it up.
Yeah, it's not a clean one. It's pretty messy. It takes time. It takes time to order the meters. I remember going through all that. But at the time, when we're referring to this period, we had a parking committee and a subcommittee or something. But at the time, parking was like a cash cow. It was like really doing well, is outperforming. And we were like, wow, we've got so much proceeds that I know Jessica's like, oh my God, when was that?
Barry Brown, that's great.
But that's when it came up that, I think it was Julie Mayfield's idea to help subsidize the transit because it was doing so well. But now, jump forward to now, and it's not doing well. So I just don't want us to repeat that mistake. So if we can't do the meters in these other areas this year, I think they need to be on the near horizon because we're going to be right back here. These decks, just like our housing in the last presentation, were all built decades and decades ago. It's not getting easier. The use is becoming more complicated. I just want to set the stage that we really have to correct this, that we need to equitize where the metered spaces are.
I really want to echo what you're saying. I think at a philosophical point, we keep talking about, are we looking at parking standards and reducing parking standards in our land use? I'm very curious about transit. I drive plenty too, and I'm okay to pay for metered parking. That's just part of our transition from being a big town into a small city. And this is one of the few chances with a public service that we can recover the cost from the direct user, right? It can give us a more sustainable financial revenue source for a service that's valuable as we expand into our business district. So I really appreciate you continuing to bring this up, Sage, and I really support however, as we pursue the parking study, if this can be front and center, fast forwarded, phase 1, it's really important to me as well.
Well, what we can say is we are laser focused on a
Repairing the
couple of these things. And like the cost of service assessment that we just got with water, we heard from the Sister Harm, you need data. We need to make these decisions with the appropriate amount of information so that they are informed decisions. Love visions, but I also like visions supplemented with data and information for us to
Speaking on data, I don't think I've ever seen numbers on how successful we are with parking citations. I know I've received a couple tips.
I'll give you a data point.
We did used to get a lot more data around
About-
parking.
about how much revenue is generated from citations, are the
25 a
return.
hit, right?
When I think the meters make us like $1,800 a year each. I mean, there's some data, but we used to get more. We used to get charts by zones. We have zones of parking, and that helped show where the demand was, which I'm sure is how you got to the different fees for all the decks. But, maybe that's just something that needs to come through PED in the future as we start planning.
Sure. And that, again, I hope that the assessment and, you know.
We'll provide that.
Oh, I did agree to ask you a question. I almost forgot. So in the past, we can do economic activities and for like taking over part of a deck for a new entity that's relocating to the city or something, right? We have these options as managers of the deck, right? I've always been told that. I don't know what the correct language is, but some of the organizations like business orgs, like I'll just use AIR for example, because they're easy, but can an organization like that come in and rent a large amount of spaces in our decks for a better rate and then deploy it to their people? Is that an option?
Like a bulk buy?
My law
Yeah.
firm does that.
Your law firm does,
I mean,
okay.
but it's whatever the rate is for a monthly pass holders.
So
It's
there's
not-
no discount.
So we just,
You bulk buy and
yeah,
then
it's
they
the same rate, it's
self-administrate.
whatever. We just buy them for our employees so they can park.
A bulk buy is an interesting idea, though.
Yeah, well, and like in the restaurant environment, it might not always be the same people. It's a larger.
Or you could have the
Yeah.
food and beverage union buy a bulk buy.
But it is an
for
option,
their
okay.
members.
I agreed to ask.
Yeah.
That's all my questions, thanks.
I like how you said that, like you're an attorney. I don't- She rests, she's
I
resting.
rest. I talk a lot, I rest.
She rests her case.
All right, well then we're gonna move on.
Do we have, I mean, I'm just thinking about the
Yeah.
vote at the end of this. Do we have
Separate.
consensus around keeping the hours the same for the meter parking, but increasing the rate so that it's a net, it comes out the same amount? I am hearing from staff that it will be helpful in not having to staff the extra hours, but gets us the same revenue number we're aiming for and addresses this evening parking concern after 6 being available. Is that, do we have consensus about that so that can be baked in here? Yeah, yes, yes, okay, great.
But I am struggling just a little bit. I know we had a conversation maybe last year sometime, and downtown business owners were talking about being overly reliant on tourist dollars. And if they can get local dollars downtown, they could probably fare better. But locals didn't want to park downtown because they didn't want to pay. So I'm wondering if the hike would discourage people, locals, from coming downtown.
The first hour, same for
Yeah,
you.
I understand that, but I'm talking about people, older people who don't want to walk from the garage
Right.
to the place they want to patronize. They would rather park in a meter parking
What's the
space. difference
difference in the amount raised between $2 and $2.50? Do we know that?
$500,000 of revenue.
I can't hear you.
That's $500,000 of revenue.
same amount
So, and it wasn't like, it was just me kind of looking if there was a slide. Yeah, there's a slide with those numbers.
That's right. Rough numbers.
And since we're short-staffed so much, makes sense.
Because in this, the staff, I guess, Shanika, are you offering a third proposal? Because there's staff.
No, I was just
Okay,
throwing
yeah.
a thought out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I can vibe with it, but I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
the unintended consequence.
Yeah, I talked to a neighbor who said they paid like $25 to park, and they were trying to get to an event on the block, and I was like, where did you park? And it was in the private
That
deck.
private deck.
Yeah, the private deck
That
is,
overcharges. We don't own that deck, but we get your emails thinking we do, but we don't own that deck.
And also that 1 hour parking, I think that'll bring more people, the 1 hour free, will bring more people downtown because they can come in and pick up stuff and run in, you know.
We do it, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
It's a lot
yes,
easier.
it still is,
So
for the first hour.
I like that idea.
If you're in it.
Okay, okay,
All right.
next.
Are we
Item.
taking these separately or one all at the end?
Well, assuming there's not any change other than that one item, it's intended for one vote, but let's see how it goes. We're gonna do stormwater now.
All right, yeah. So again, broken record here. We have some aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance in our stormwater system. Additional development and more frequent storm events put additional strain on that system. We have an ongoing analysis and fee study assessment that is looking at our current program, identifying needs, recommending changes to fees. We've talked with, I think, our Posse Finance and HR Committee about that over the last couple of years. One of the big recommendations that we've gotten from that already is to do a system mapping project. Again, getting back to the data, it's helpful to know where our system is and what it's made of. So we were able to secure a grant to help with that in the last year. So that is good news. And again, we're looking at fee changes to help provide the revenue to address these challenges. the proposed, or the recommended changes are roughly 7% increases to the utility charge for stormwater. You can see the 3 different tiers that we have for residential properties, and then the non-single family properties rate there. And again, relatively minor changes that are roughly 7% increases. The items that we're looking to enhance with that additional revenue, we are looking at additional crew that would support infrastructure replacement ahead of repaving projects. That's especially helpful if we were to pass a general obligation bond that would increase our repaving. We're also looking at an opportunity to just purchase additional equipment and capital maintenance replacement to enhance, again, the service we're providing. Some potential additional positions just to help with continuity of operations, and then specifically some positions to support development review. Any questions about the stormwater changes?
I, of course, have something to say. I guess I don't have specific questions, but as we look at our changing climate, we know the number one threat is more water to manage, period. And in the context of managing stormwater, our utility is a baby. It's only 15 or so years old. We have a lot of growing to do to have this system meet the threats of climate change. And so I'm excited for us to double down with more investment so that we have a better system that's more sustainable for our community.
All right, so moving on to sanitation. Different, slightly different slide here. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a history on how this fee has changed over time. We did hold it flat. It was a big jump in FY17 to $14, held it flat for a number of years, and then increased it $1 over the last couple. One of those things that was funded was the solid waste master plan. We've added some additional drivers, and we did have to renegotiate our recycling contract in FY23, so there was an increase for that. Again, recommending a $1 increase that would help us maintain our existing level of service. So that would, again, offset some compensation changes, and again, that escalator in the recycling contract. That service, that part of the service is completely contracted out, both the collection and the disposal. We're also looking at additional positions to align our full-time staffing with our yard waste and bulky load routes, an additional waste reduction position that would help expand recycling and education outreach. We were doing that previously through a contract, and just some additional equipment to, again, support some of the special collections and other needs. Any questions on sanitation? All right, so we're getting to the end. Again, just wanted to go back to this residential household impact. Those 3 items that all households in the city pay, with a total impact of just under $20 a year. One more, again, a few other recommended changes, a number of adjustments for water resources to development review, fire hydrants, tap and meter fees, testing and sampling fees. All of those changes are really primarily paid. They're all kind of development related, and those adjustments are based on the costs to provide those services. Then we have one other change to the curb installation fee, and that's primarily because we are switching the material used to do that from asphalt to concrete. So again, key takeaways, we always bring these to you all a bit early so we can bake them in and let our customers know what to expect. It's a small portion of the general fund, big source for most of our enterprise funds. And then our recommendations include modest increases to those household fees, and then the parking fees that we talked about. So I will stop there, and happy to answer any other questions.
I'm kind of looking for like a totaled number for residential impact, but.
$20-ish a year.
Thank you. No, for all of these fees?
We're talking about stormwater.
I know,
I'm sorry, for there he goes, yeah.
Yeah, so for $20
There it is.
a
I knew,
year.
I thought I saw a slide somewhere. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad.
take this as a win and keep going.
Yeah.
We're done.
You're done.
We need a
Okay.
motion.
I make a motion to, what did we say in the thing? I make a motion to approve the ordinance amending the fees and charges manual for fiscal year 2024-25 with the amended changes around parking as discussed in the hearing.
Y'all are clear on that? Okay.
Yeah, and just for the record, to clarify, that is no changes to the metered hours, but an additional increase of the actual hourly meter rate in order to come out neutral.
Second. I know, it was so exciting.
Through us right now.
Did Kim second that?
We do have, we have a motion and a second, and we do have,
Kim seconded, Kim did.
Kim Roney seconded it, yes.
The fees. Kim Roney seconded the
Well,
fees.
she has been working on the water adjustment for a long
I have been really consistent about we should not raise the residential rates while we worked on rate equity, and this is the first time that that's happening. It's a really big deal.
You
So
have.
yes, I'm seconding.
You have, and I can appreciate that.
We are starting to lose it a little.
We're
Okay,
getting-
so
we're getting tired.
so we have 3 people signed up to speak under this item. The first is Rick Bell. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please watch the lights on the lectern.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Rick Bell. I'm the Executive Director of the Asheville Buncombe Hotel Association. I'm here tonight representing a collective of local business organizations that include the Asheville Independent Restaurant Association, the Asheville Brewers Alliance, the Asheville Buncombe Hotel Association, the Asheville Council on Independent Business Owners, the Asheville Area Chamber of Commerce, and Mission Hospital. We represent business owners and business employees and business patrons who will be impacted by the current proposed water rate increase. Each member of these organizations depends on safe, dependable, and affordable water, and we respect the challenges you face with repairing and maintaining the water system. Finally, we fully understand the need for business to work with the city to ensure the water needs of every citizen, business, and visitor are met. The majority of our businesses are owned by Asheville or Buncombe County residents. These businesses, while successful, operate on small but recently shrinking margins. In addition to inflation, we are faced with product and wage increases that outpace our ability to raise prices. We are concerned about the magnitude and timing of the proposed water rate increase. We believe the short-term ancillary impacts may include the need to further raise the price of our products and services, making us less accessible to the city and county residents and increasing local cost of living. Reduction of planned wages and increases in possible reduction in labor force to offset some of the costs. Reduction of business hours and operations. In some extreme cases, the closing of local businesses who are already struggling with profitability, adding to the increased cost of doing business in Asheville, resulting in business environment detrimental to locally owned businesses. We recognize the importance of improving the quality and reliability of our community water system. Additionally, we understand the council's need to raise water rates to fund improvements. However, we ask the council to consider the economic pressures local businesses are currently experiencing. Our request is that you allow us the opportunity to meet with you and work with you to develop longer-term solutions that meet the needs of our community in a manner that minimizes the negative impacts on the community. Thank you.
Patty Beaver.
My name is Patty Beaver. On behalf of the Council of Independent Business Owners, we request that you reevaluate the proposed increase in water rates and consider its disproportionate impact on small businesses, commercial businesses, and manufacturing employers. These entities are not just businesses, they are the backbone of our local economy and often operate on razor-thin margins. The large increase in water rates will jeopardize their operations, leading to broader economic and social repercussions for the city. We acknowledge the importance of managing the water resources effectively and the need for infrastructure improvements. However, penalizing small businesses, commercial and manufacturing businesses with massively higher water rates is not an equitable approach to achieving these goals. In conclusion, we urge you to reconsider the proposed extreme water rate increase and work towards a solution that supports the sustainability of both our water resources and our business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared Wheatley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Jared Wheatley. I appreciate the lively debate around transit and parking. There's an interesting thing I'm trying to spread, a little bug, and it's transit over parking. I don't think these two things are related, really. It's good to provide a definition. So transit is an affordable public good. It helps people at the very lowest income in our community get around. And parking is actually a luxury. It's a public or a private luxury good. Unfortunately, right now in our city, we have a tremendous amount of free parking, all down Cox Avenue, Lexington Avenue. All of CBD should be metered, paid parking. It is a luxury good. And in fact, there's another missed revenue stream, which is parking lots, flat parking lots. Flat parking lots are being taxed at vacant land rates, but being used as commercial property. So one thing to do could just be audit all of those lots, and if they're being used as paid parking, then they're actually active commercial parking. If you look at the capitalization rate of that land, it will probably be valued around $2 to $3 million. And right now, it's probably being taxed around $300,000 to $400,000. So that's kind of a property tax gap issue. There's an additional issue inside our UDO, which doesn't allow for single-story buildings. So small businesses can't even build a single-story office or storefront inside our CBD, which further encourages the use of land in the South Slope in particular, which is full of flat lots. So I appreciate the lively debate, but I see no problem with doubling the cost of on-street parking. It's not a public good, it's not a human right. However, we do owe our residents the opportunity to move about our city, to try and achieve job opportunities, education opportunities, and I don't think it's beneficial to connect the two or try to couple them. So thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Jonathan Wainscott.
Hey, my name is Jonathan Wainscott. I just want you to consider this. In Gatlinburg, home of Dollywood, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and all that kind of stuff, the sort of Myrtle Beach of the mountains, do you know what those people do with their garbage and they don't have a recycling program. They just throw it all away. They just throw it all away. Can you imagine that? I can. It sounds awesome. And the reason they do this is because they have a world-class landfill that separates out all of that stuff and generates a profit for them. Okay? And so here what we do is we charge everybody $4. It used to be $4 per pickup on the garbage. Now it's gone up to $4.25. And we don't charge anything for recycling. So from a consumer standpoint, it makes more sense for me to put more stuff into the green bucket rather than the blue bucket, because that's the one I'm paying for. I'm not gaining anything financially by using the recycling systems. In fact, I sacrifice space in my kitchen with this little pile of coffee cans and this little pile of plastic stuff and this pile of paper stuff, and then I sacrifice more space in my driveway with the blue bin. But not anymore, because I just got rid of the blue bin and I throw it all away. And when I do that, I feel this pang of, ooh, ow, I'm hurting Mother Earth and everything, but I tell myself, I'm not doing anything wrong. Your system is wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. So I'm paying to have the garbage taken away. It's going in the green bucket. That's the way I'm doing it. There are better ways to do that. We're getting upstaged by Gatlinburg because we have a world-class museum and they have a world-class landfill, and we talk about saving the planet. It's silly, the things that we do here. I would rather have a garbage truck that can weigh garbage, and that's what it does, rather than focus on it being run on a battery, because that would be cool, man. Take a step back from these sacred cows and look at how effective they actually are. You're not doing anything wrong by throwing your garbage away. Put a piece of plastic in the coffee can and then step on it so you can't use it anymore, and it looks like garbage, and it makes it easier to throw away. I do this all the time. I'm not doing anything wrong. Your system is wrong. And so I'm going to pay for it in the way that makes sense most to me. I'm just going to throw all this stuff in the bucket that I pay to have emptied and not worry about the other bucket that you're not charging anybody to use. If saving the planet is that important to you, pay for it yourself. And then ask yourself whether or not that's an effective system that you're paying for.
Okay, that concludes the folks that have signed up to speak under that item. So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
I am kind of curious about this.
I did, I looked it up.
Send me a link.
Yeah, I think we'll have to have,
We should have a whole presentation because.
we would have to talk to the county about this. since
Right,
it's their
and-
facility,
I'm just
but-
curious. I didn't know that was a thing.
Our data shows
Look,
that that's
for
perverse
Dollywood.
behavior, and that's not how, like, people actually responded based on those price signals.
I just didn't know they were landfills that sorted like that.
It- well,
And then there are some communities that collect and charge for waste and credit for recycling.
Brad,
look
is
at
your-
you behind that microphone.
Wow.
It's nice to stand occasionally and to see all of your smiling, not at all tired faces. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, all of my friends on staff, and to the public at large. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting to you the proposed City of Asheville 2024 legislative agenda. This is coming in advance of the upcoming short session of the North Carolina General Assembly. And as you all know by this point, the legislative agenda is the tool that we use to transmit your shared legislative goals to our local delegation for consideration as the General Assembly begins doing its work. I hope that one thing you see this year that I think is increased from previous iterations is there is more alignment with these legislative agenda items and your shared council adopted priorities than I think we've ever had. So I just want to highlight that up front. But as we always do, I do want to start with some key takeaways about this presentation. As I said, we are at the cusp of the short session. It's going to begin in April of this year, and we are going to now hopefully approve a legislative agenda which will allow us to share in writing your legislative priorities for our state legislature with our local delegation members, but also with the public at large. We have been fortunate in recent years to receive some legislative wins through this process. We've been able to obtain changes in the occupancy tax, the authority to utilize civilian traffic investigators, and we've received additional state funding to mitigate stormwater pollution in the French Broad River. This year, the legislative agenda is a little different in one aspect from what you've seen in the past. It's been divided into two separate sections, which I'll talk about more in just a minute, but it is going to start with your short session priorities and then be followed by our general legislative request. I do want to highlight that there are 10 items on this agenda. This does not represent the entire universe of things that are important to this council or the city. This represents those items which we believe are most appropriate for potential legislative action. So again, this is a bit of a streamlined process in order to focus on those items where we may be able to get some legislative traction. I do want to just give you some quick notes about a short session. Unlike the long session, these occur in even-numbered years. They're supposed to live up to the name and only generally last a few weeks. This short session will be convening on the 24th of April. Bill consideration in a short session, unlike a long session, is much more limited. Generally, the rules say that they're only going to consider items or new bills that deal with the state budget. There are some exceptions to that, but again, very, very limited scope in the short session as opposed to the long session. It's one of the reasons we have two separate sections of your legislative agenda, and again, I'll highlight that in just a minute. New bills must be submitted by April 15th, which is why I stand before you today, and they must be introduced in one of the chambers no later than May 2nd to May 7th, depending upon the type of bill. All right, with that said, I do want to highlight now the first set of legislative priorities, and I don't want to overplay the word priority here. This is not intended to suggest that these first three items are any greater importance than the remaining items on your agenda. But because the focus and limited scope of a short session is such that only so many bills can be filed and they can only be in certain categories, we wanted to highlight those items that are most likely to fit within that authority. We do, however, want to continue the legislative conversation around those other items that we've been advocating for some time. So we're going to highlight all of them, but we wanted to call these out specifically as they are the most likely to fall within the allowance for bills within a short session. With that said, I do want to highlight these first three items, all part of the short session priorities. The first is a request for support of funding opportunities from the state for investment in our critical local infrastructure and services. As council knows, you recently designated infrastructure and core services as one of your council priorities. As our population increases, so does the demand on our services and facilities. And not only is investment in those things essential, so is finding additional funding sources to support it. And therefore, we have made specific asks as part of this for state investment in our water treatment facilities, our city streets, sidewalks, and bridges, our stormwater infrastructure, parking decks, public safety and parks and rec facilities, public transit, as well as our public entertainment facilities, all included within our ask, a broad ask, but it is one of the first times we have reached out to the state to try to seek some funding for some of these infrastructure and services. Item number 2, we're asking to support new state funding to assist property owners with reducing stormwater pollution. The Community Conservation Assistance Program, also known as CCAP, provides annual funding to North Carolina soil and water conservation districts. The point of this funding is to allow private property owners to help mitigate stormwater pollution into impaired waterways. Unfortunately, a portion of the French Broad, which is here in Buncombe and Henderson County, has been designated recently as impaired. And therefore, along with community partners, we are joining the request for one-time additional state funding into the CCAP program to specifically target the French Broad watershed. Next, we are asking to reform the local occupancy tax utilization rules. I recently, just in a prior slide, highlighted for you that we've already obtained some superior legislation on this in recent years. However, we are asking for additional changes, not only to the legislation, but to the committee guidelines, such that at least 50% of the funds collected could be specifically targeted to address community needs. Having gone over your short session priorities, now I want to transition into our general legislative request. And again, these items are of no less importance to the council or to the city, but again, they likely fall outside potentially of some of the bills that may be filed within a short session. However, we don't want to waste this opportunity to continue to advocate for these things. And we've advocated for them either in previous iterations of the legislative session, or we want to start the conversation now for the future. The first item is a request to oppose legislation that would limit reasonable regulation of short-term rentals, and that is at the local level. We believe that local regulation of short-term rental is absolutely essential to maintain the character of our neighborhoods, our housing stock, and housing affordability. And we are asking to oppose any legislation that would limit or remove that authority from local government. We're asking to support new legislation and state funding to encourage the development of affordable housing. Here we're hoping for new legislative tools, additional incentives and subsidies, as well as dedicated state funding to help incentivize and create new affordable housing, as well as to preserve existing affordable housing options. Next, we're asking to oppose legislation that would remove or further restrict local conditional zoning authority. It is the city's belief that conditional zoning helps to facilitate optimal land development while also giving the development community and the public at large more access to the governing board and advisory board throughout the process. And therefore, we consider it the most effective, efficient, and equitable land review process currently available in this state. Next, we're asking to support legislation that would update property taxation to provide greater protection and equitable treatment for homeowners. This is essentially an ask for favorable taxation treatment for owner-occupied properties, as opposed to second home or income-producing investment properties. In fact, this is something that's already been implemented in other states, including our neighbors to the south in South Carolina, as well as an ask here to increase property tax exemptions for those of low income or the elderly, such as the homestead exemption. Next, we're asking to amend the North Carolina Fair Housing Act to include source of income and funds as a protected characteristic or class. Just as an example of this, currently those trying to utilize federally funded housing choice vouchers may be turned away from opportunities to obtain housing simply because of the source of their funds. By adding this as a protected class, it would make illegal any discrimination based on this, and those individuals would have the same opportunity to obtain housing as anyone else. We're also asking to support state and local reparations effort, yet another one of your council-designated priorities. Here we're hoping to remove legislative barriers, empowering local governments with additional funding and options to move forward and advance the effort around both state-funded and locally funded and allowable reparations efforts. And then finally, we are asking to support legislation that would require online short-term rental platforms, such as Airbnb, VRBO, and others, to include a locally issued permit number in order to complete your online listing. What this would do is essentially ensure that all online listings were legal listings. It would be a further benefit for those who are doing it the right way, as well as the city in its enforcement efforts by cutting off illegal listings at the source. And therefore, we believe that this would be an excellent addition and is something that is already either voluntarily in place or in place by ordinance in cities around the country. This brings us to the close of your 10-item legislative agenda as proposed. I do want to highlight quickly the timeline for you. This agenda as presented was already reviewed and approved unanimously by the Policy, Finance, and HR Committee on March the 12th. I'm here before you this evening to request any final comments, review, and hopefully an approval of this agenda so that starting tomorrow I can begin to circulate this, if so directed, to our legislative delegation members and any other interested parties. We will then continue to work to either oppose or propose additional legislation within the filing deadline as I have listed. As for when this legislative session will end, it is uncertain at this time. There is no designated end to the short session. However, given past experience, I estimate sometime around June we will be done with this current session. I do want to highlight one more time just your key takeaways. As you know now, I am here because we are at the cusp of yet another legislative session beginning in Raleigh this April. And we're going to utilize, hopefully, your finalized legislative agenda to continue our advocacy and defense of some of the most important legislative items for this council. We're hopeful that we can continue to obtain some of the successes that we've seen in recent years. And again, by highlighting some of those short session priorities, we want to draw attention to those items that are most likely to be filed within the limited allowance in a short session. I do want to highlight again, not to be repetitive, but it is important to note that although all of these items are either important priorities for you or important items in an ongoing fashion for council, this certainly does not represent all of the potential asks in areas of importance for this council, but we are trying to be laser focused and, as Deborah always highlights, as strategic as possible as we interact with our legislation dealing with those items that are most likely to receive legislative attention. With that said, I do have a requested motion or a suggested motion for you, but I am happy to answer any questions about the proposed legislative agenda.
We're going to open the public hearing before we do a motion, right?
Well, no, this one is a motion then.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, but first I just want to say thank you, Brad. This list has a lot, and I'm not going to belabor all the parts of it, but serious issues facing our community, and I appreciate your attention to this work.
My pleasure.
Likewise, great job. I appreciate the addition about the permitting field. may it move forward for short-term rentals. I think it would be a great win. We'll see.
Agreed.
Okay, any other questions for Brad? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution to approve the 2024 City of Asheville legislative agenda and to direct the city attorney to share this with our legislative delegation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have one person signed up to speak under this item. Jonathan Wainscott?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Wainscott. I'm so happy to see item number 3 on this. Brad's chuckling, yeah, because I've come to city council so many times talking about how we need to change here locally the hotel occupancy tax. And I was hearing all these people going, why is he going to city council talking about something they don't have any control over? And part of the problem with our tourism development authority is its quasi-governmental agency that puts it out of the reach of anybody in the community, really. Now, of course, there is a vein of connection here at City Council all the time because we have a member of City Council sitting on the board of the Tourism Development Authority. I guess it's Sandra Kilgore right now, but she's an I'm not slamming you. You're an ex officio member, right? And so you can go to them and go, you know, I was at City Council the other night and Wainscott was going off about the fact that you guys are eating all the lobster in the ocean and your expensive budget's way too difficult. You know, if there was ever an agency that needed to be told how to eat cheaper food, I do believe it is the Buncombe Tourism Development Authority over there. Right, so you can go and convey all of that to them, and they can look at you and go, yeah, I don't care, you know, and who cares? Because that's all, you don't have a vote, is what I'm saying. As an ex officio, that was a long way to say that you're an ex officio member, that none of this would matter, and therefore we can't do anything about it, you know. And I've gone off about the $40 million mountain of money every time that we're talking about a funding shortage here or there, you know. And the basic idea of tourism here is that it's going to help the locals, you know, ameliorate their property taxes by the tourists coming here, generating business, paying for their cost of being here. We never hear the cost of tourism. All we hear is we make $30 billion a year and it's all our fault. You know what would be an interesting thing to see is the amount of money spent from the Tourism Development Authority every year. I'm sure it would look, you know, it's going up like this, and then chart the black percentage in Asheville and watch it go down at about the same thing. Because the Tourism Development Authority, of course, is ethnically cleansing the black community here. It's happening through economic forces. And you want to talk about data and representation, check out the staffing on that institution over the years. It's terrible. And here we are, you know, Bridezilla capital, Beers City capital, all of this fun stuff, and that's where we are. Yay.
It's true.
So have you enjoyed the ride? So I really appreciate, I'm just gonna take as many seconds, I'm not gonna stop talking about this stupid Tourism Development Authority until now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the laughs, Jonathan.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That concludes the printed agenda. We'll begin informal discussion, public comment, and we've got a couple people that have folks ceding their time so that they'll have 10 minutes. When we get to that, I'll ask for those people to raise their hand to cede their time. Otherwise, everyone else has 3 minutes to speak. Please watch the lights on the lectern. The first person signed up to speak is Reed Thompson.
Hello. Maggie, can I use the overhead, please? Thank you. My name's Reed Thompson, and I'm sure that nobody here cares about my issue. But I'm going to tell the public about it anyway. This is where I live. This is my home at 4:09 this morning. And it's kind of hard to see, but that's a tractor-trailer truck backing across the parking lot. And it's gotten better lately because up until recently, these trucks used to pull out into the street at 4 o'clock in the morning to turn around. And I've been reporting this for 20 years. Well, the next truck to arrive this morning was this truck. It doesn't look like much, it's just a little small truck. But I had 13 of these come to my house today. I thought about bringing 13 speakers in here and sticking them underneath chairs and lighting one up with a Bluetooth and see what that meeting would go like. It's in my head all day, every day. Well, this is the next truck that arrives, and it makes some noise when it backs up. This is the next truck. This is all today that arrives, and it turns around when it backs up. Here's the next truck in the middle of the street. Here's another truck. And I'm not even showing you the small trucks, and they make noise too. And somebody would say, well, how did all this happen? All this was a plan that started 20 years ago when a sitting mayor named Charles Worley, who represented a family named the Turners, filled out their applications for the property. Then, the next thing that happened is they didn't even really fill out their application. To be determined. There's nothing on here. So for people that do that, the city has a schedule. So this whole project was conceived in fraud because it went outside government. And the city says, oh, we can't do anything about it because we don't have any records. I wonder why the records disappear. I have the copies of records, and the best record is what's happened in this room. And then we had an article written recently. I'm the person that was fined $1.2 million for an Airbnb across the street and then brought it to council, and they turned it down.
Thank you.
But your chief of police, I'm going to be,
Thank you.
I'm going to finish. I'm going to be in court because your chief of police comes out and makes sure those damn groceries gets there, and he sends his officers out to arrest me. And
Thank you.
shame on you. You are
the
my
next-
city manager. Shame.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up to speak is
Who
Sue.
represents them as an attorney now? Can we answer that question in a public meeting, please, Esther?
All right, the next person signed up to speak is Susan Oler.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about a ceasefire resolution. I don't see any lights, by the way.
Maggie, we'll start you going.
Okay. I want to encourage you to propose and vote on a ceasefire resolution. They've been passed in 70 cities in the United States by the AFL-CIO and also by the UN Security Council, finally. What we have going on in Gaza is a genocide, and we need to stop this genocide. But I'm here to give you some reasons why you should stop the genocide. So I am going to read the names of some people who have been killed in Gaza. Aisha Shaheen, less than 1 year old. Aliyah al-Suri, less than 1 year old. Alma al-Qatari, less than 1 year old. Alma Hamdan, less than 1 year old. Alma al-Zahari, less than 1 year old. Elan el-Ashkar, less than 1 year old. Amal Shalina, less than 1 year old. Amal el-Bayuk, less than 1 year old. Emir al-Masri, less than 1 year old. Anas Zahar, less than 1 year old. Anas Sukari, less than 1 year old. Anas el-Ashnat, less than 1 year old. Anisha Ali, less than 1 year old. Anwar al-Hindi, less than 1 year old. Asid Hamad, less than 1 year old. Al-Sil al-Ashri, less than 1 year old. Al-Sil Dehar, less than 1 year old. Alice al-Ali, less than 1 year old. Ayat Parwana, less than 1 year old. Elia Abu Ras, less than 1 year old. Abdar Habib, less than 1 year old. Baha Musa, less than 1 year old. Baisel Abu Jasir, less than 1 year old. Belil Subab, less than 1 year old. Belil Hamdan, less than 1 year old. Celine Dehar, less than 1 year old. Dia Musa, less than 1 year old. Dia Kishku, less than 1 year old. Alina Al-Ripi, less than 1 year old. Alina Makhimir, less than 1 year old. There's lots more names. You need to speak up against this genocide every way, in any way you can. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Yasmin Dajani and has several people yielding their time. So Cassandra Dayton, could you raise your hand? Thank you. Noor Abdel Fattah, could you raise your hand? Thank you. And Gabriel Nassar McMillan, thank you. Okay, you have 10 minutes, and Maggie will start the.
Hi, my name is Yasmin. I'm Arab, I'm Palestinian, and I am Muslim. I'm here to talk about Islamophobia, which is hate against Muslims, anti-Arab hate speech, which is hate against Arabs as a race, and anti-Palestinian hate speech, which is hate against Palestinians as an ethnicity. In the last city council meeting, there were Islamophobic hate comments made. Tell them that the mosque of Al-Aqsa is in danger and Muhammad's religion is threatened and they are incited to fight, even die. The Council of Ulamas call on the Muslims throughout the world for jihad. Jihad is an unconditional obligation. Whoever neglects it is a sinner. This hate speech demonizes Muslims, portraying them as violent in order to justify the current genocide in Gaza. Examples of anti-Arab hate speech from the last city council meeting include, it is made quite clear to all, both by the map drawn by the Simpson Commission, that the Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in useless wailing and weeping. Arab terrorism goes on. Arabs savage in raids. Arabs want to inflict extermination of Jews. These comments portray Arabs as violent, savage terrorists so as to uphold genocide. Anti-Palestinian hate speech made in the last city council meeting involved a community member using blood quantum to deny Palestinian indigeneity to occupied Palestine in order to rationalize genocide. What if I, as an Arab Palestinian woman, were to analyze the ancestry of Jewish people to question their existence in occupied Palestine? Contrary to claims that this conflict is thousands of years old, it is 76 years old. Its inception traces back to the late 19th century. Although the current conflict emerged from the UN partition plan in 1947 and Israel declaring itself as a nation in occupied Palestine in 1948. In the previous city council meeting, indigenous language was weaponized. It was incorrectly stated that the word intifada is a call to violence against a community. The word intifada directly translates to shaking off. It means uprising against oppression. In the context of Palestine, it's referring to oppression by military occupation and blockade. The term intifada is not unique to the Palestinian cause. In fact, it is used to refer to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising by Jewish resistance fighters against Nazi occupiers. In Arabic, it would translate to Intifadat Warsaw. This is how the US Holocaust Memorial Museum translates it into Arabic on their website. UN Resolution 3743 reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. The first Intifada was sparked because an Israeli truck driver ran over a group of Palestinian workers at Erez Crossing that divides the Gaza Strip from occupied Palestine. Tensions started to calm down after 1991 and stopped after the Oslo agreements in 1993. 1,300 Palestinians were killed in the first Intifada. The second Intifada started due to Ariel Sharon's visit to Al-Aqsa Mosque and subsequent repression of protests. 4,412 Palestinians were killed. 48,322 were injured. On day 2 of the second Intifada, Muhammad al-Durra became an icon of the movement. He is a Palestinian child from Gaza. He was 11 years old, and he was killed by the Israeli military while being shielded by his father. Palestinians have resisted occupation in various ways. Whether violent or non-violent, demonstrations were consistently met with aggressive Israeli repression against the civilian population. The Great March of Return was a series of protests, weekly peaceful protests at the Israeli Gaza fence that began on Land Day. 277 Palestinians were killed, including 41 children. 31,214 were injured, including 16,556 requiring hospitalization. 3,310 of them were children. First aid responders treating the injured were killed on site. Palestinians in Gaza were protesting their protected right to return, outlined in UN Resolution 194. Only after international pressure and boycott, divestment, sanctions efforts did the apartheid system in South Africa fall. While resisting apartheid, Nelson Mandela was labeled a terrorist. During a people's struggle for liberation, resistance is labeled as terrorism in order to justify human rights abuses against a people and maintain the status quo. Why don't we end the current apartheid system in Palestine? Israel has violated numerous international laws. To name a few, it has violated the Fourth Geneva Convention. No protected person may be punished for an offense he or she has not personally committed. Collective penalties and likewise all measures of intimidation or of terrorism are prohibited. In no circumstances may hospital and safety zones be the object of attack. They shall be protected and respected at all times by the parties to the conflict. The occupying power shall, with cooperation of the national and local authorities, facilitate the proper working of all institutions devoted to the care and education of children. These are a few of its international law violations. When violations of international laws are continually met with impunity, it can lead to genocide. Palestinian bodies are not disposable. Since Israel's attack on Gaza, 32,767 Palestinians have been killed, including 14,387 children, 9,340 women, 8,856 men, 136 journalists, and 48 emergency personnel. More than 8,000 Palestinians currently remain under the rubble. 79,694 Palestinians are currently injured. Since the ceasefire resolution was submitted on January 25th, Israel has killed 6,505 Palestinians. Since the last city council meeting on March 12th, Israel has killed 1,166 Palestinians. How many Palestinian deaths will it take for you to call for a ceasefire? 50,000? 100,000? 200,000? How many lives? How many bodies? When will you condemn the genocide of Palestinians? Passing the presented ceasefire resolution would affirm Asheville's clear, unwavering stance against genocide and support for upholding international law. Palestinians demand equality. We demand ending violations of international law, including genocide, collective punishment, hospital attacks, institutionalized racism, including apartheid checkpoints and walls, illegal settlements, theft of Palestinian land, and Israel's blockade on Gaza, to name a few. The Palestinians share a vision for legitimate Palestinian statehood. We demand that City Council condemn anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and Islamophobic hate speech made during the previous City Council meeting. Make educated statements about Palestinians and the Palestinian cause rather than misinformed ones in order to combat anti-Arab hate, anti-Palestinian hate, and Islamophobia. And lastly, pass the ceasefire resolution. My people deserve to live. City Council, by failing to condemn anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, and Islamophobic hate speech in this space, you have upheld genocide in City Hall chambers. By creating a debate format, Mayor Mannheimer, You made Palestinians listen to Zionists provide reasons as to why Palestinians should be killed, while we defend our right to live. Mayor Manheimer, you suggested that Zionists and Palestinians meet as if there is a compromise between calling for an end to genocide and calling for the acceleration of genocide. Mayor Manheimer, you failed to condemn overtly racist and Islamophobic speech, allowed a commenter to yell obscenities during the meeting, but called out a Palestinian for silently shaking his head. Mayor Manheimer, you mischaracterized the word intifada as a call to violence, saying let's not terrorize each other with words. We are not terrorists. You see, you don't have to defend your rights to me, but I have to defend my rights to you, because I am not perceived as an equal. I am an equal.
Thank you. Drew Jarvo.
City Council members, I would like to speak to you today about the humanitarian crisis that is occurring in Palestine. Asheville City has shown itself to be a forward force when it comes to the questions of inequality and inhumanity, in its declaration of reparations program and the council statements on the Ukraine war. It showed a blind spot last meeting by allowing racially charged rant on Arabs and Jews as though they are contradictory communities, and not that of historically intertwined and coexistent groups in a region prior to colonialization. When peoples claim that their survival and existence is that of at the expense of another group's survival and existence, it is putting races into classes and creates racist and genocidal rhetoric. I would like to ask for the condemnation of hate speech and vulgar heckling that occurred in this chamber. I would hope that the Council recognizes that the City Council meetings are not the only place that we are voicing our concern for the apartheid and crisis happening in Palestine. We as a community and a coalition of organizations have shown our solidarity in the streets because many of us cannot make these meetings. I hope you all recognize that show of democracy and respect our voices and put the ceasefire resolution submitted to y'all previously on the agenda. We understand y'all likely do not have any material sway in this conflict, but we recognize you as our representatives and want you to forward our message to Congress as mentioned in the resolution. We would like to see the course that the council is on corrected, to stand for humanitarian rights and against the conditions abroad that led to the need for reparations here, instead of the dismissal and confused misinterpretations of Arabic terms that we have seen. Thank you for hearing me and all of the other speakers in this meeting and other meetings that stand against the genocide and call for a ceasefire now. We wait for your continued response.
Thank you. Claire Clark.
I'm here as I have been here for the last 3 months, as so many members of our community have been here to demand that this council introduce and adopt the resolution calling on our federal government to seek an immediate, durable ceasefire and an end to Israel's siege of Gaza and its genocide of the Palestinian people. In the last 24 hours, we have witnessed yet again why it is crucial that every voice be raised in the common demand that the slaughter of innocents be halted and humanitarian aid be poured into Gaza to avert the man-made famine that has taken root there. Yesterday, the United Nations Security Council issued a resolution for an immediate ceasefire. This morning, Israel resumed the bombing of the Palestinian city of Rafah, the last refuge of 1.6 million Palestinians who have been ethnically cleansed from their homes by an apartheid regime armed and funded by the United States. Our government alone has the power to force an end to the massacres, the crimes, and atrocities of its client state. We demand that this council fulfill its duty to the peace-loving people of Asheville and join the more than 100 other cities across the country in lifting up our voices and our demands for ceasefire now. For more than 3 months, we have organized and pleaded. We have garnered the support of faith leaders, social justice organizations, and thousands of signatures from ordinary community members. For more than 3 months, we have watched this body sit in silence and watched the mayor blatantly ignore the council's own meeting rules to allow a handful of unhinged Zionists to spew racist and Islamophobic hate speech in this chamber. On March 12th, we witnessed Mayor Mannheimer blatantly manipulate the public comment period in an attempt to engineer the impression of a false equivalency between the advocates of peace and justice and the advocates of genocide. At the same meeting, the mayor finally broke months of silence, not to announce that the council would do its duty and give an up and down or down vote to the demands of the people, but to announce that it would abrogate its duty to represent the people of this city. Mayor Esther obviously hoped to take the privilege and the power of the last word, and maybe others on this body hope for the same thing. But while this council has the power to take up and meet our demands, it does not have the power to make us sit down and shut up. This is over when the people say it is over. It is over when Palestine is free. So buckle up, because we're not going anywhere. Ceasefire now. 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 Ceasefire now.
The next person signed up to speak also has 3 people ceding their time to them. If you could raise your hand when I call your name. Monica Buckley. Okay. Should I go on to the next speaker and then come back? Okay. Atlas. Oh, never mind. Monica Buckley. All right. Andrea Carver and Jared Wheatley. Thank you. Okay. You'll have 10 minutes.
I'm going to start with a story of my dad's best friend, Adi. When he lived in Germany, in a small town, the only Jewish family in Brevard, and things started to get bad, they started to protest in front of his house as the only Jewish family. And they put loudspeakers in front of his house and would play recordings of Hitler's speeches. And his whole school would come attend, and they would march back and forth, girls and boys, and yell, "When Jew blood spurts from our knives." And he was allowed to watch it. His parents had him sit in the front of the house, and he was in shock because among the crowd was his best friend, Adi, who was his first and last best friend. Later in life, my dad would go back, because we have a cemetery there that dates for a long time, to clean it up. Adi was still alive, and he came up to him and he said, "You know what? We didn't mean it that way. We didn't mean it that way. I'm here to tell you guys, you are Adi. One day you will realize that." Is that story offensive to you? Is it anti-German? Is learning about the Holocaust anti-German? Are you more shocked and outraged by me talking about the Holocaust than you are outraged by the actions that were taken? Is learning about Jewish persecution in the Middle East Islamophobic? Are you more outraged by me speaking about those things than those things actually happening? Not one item that I mentioned in my report has been denied by those people. Nothing. Not one fact. In fact, they re-quoted things I put in my presentation that I didn't make up. The Council of Ulemas, a 1,000-year university in Cairo, a very influential Islamic group, said that, not me. So why are you blaming the messenger for something that was said? The reason I brought up the 1929 terrorist attacks and 1936 terror attacks and 1937 terror attacks and 1938 terrorist attacks is to show that those attacks are not because Israel existed. Israel did not exist at that time. So to blame Israel, that was my point. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. In fact, I wrote an op-ed. I didn't put anybody's name in it. And that's very different than what
these people have done to me. I've been verbally attacked and harassed for teaching history. There was an article written about me, 10-page diatribe. Not one single fact that I put in my report was disputed, not one fact. Instead, they chose to attack me personally and try to incite hatred against me, naming my name 7 times, naming the people who are supporting me in the report, hoping that someone is going to do something. I'm not trying to harm anybody. They are. And you know what? I read the whole article, 10 pages of it, from people associated with this group. And it reminded me of something. And then I got it. It reminded me of Hitler's Mein Kampf. Every sentence they put in there about me was written by Hitler about the Jews. You can read it yourself. Hitler blamed Jews for financial crimes. They're blaming me for manipulating the city. They call me vile. Hitler called the Jews vile. They're taking the playbook from the Nazis and applying it again. I'm not to blame for history. I'm just teaching it. There is no difference between the methods used today and what were used in Germany. And in fact, even worse so, they've weaponized the Holocaust against me. I lost 10 close members. Of course, I wasn't alive at the time. 10 close members in the Holocaust. And they insidiously used the Holocaust to attack me. What am I supposed to do? Stand here and take that? That's what they want. They don't want the Jews to be able to defend themselves. Now I'm going to talk about, since they brought up the Holocaust, how did the Holocaust happen? Historians talk about it. People don't really understand.
The projector went off, they're working on it.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Historians have coined a term, redemptive anti-Semitism. Redemptive anti-Semitism. What is redemptive anti-Semitism? Anti-Semitism has been around in Europe for a long time, but it was Hitler that was able to weaponize it, that resulted in the extermination of Jews. And what did he do that was so innovative? He linked it to an idealistic goal. The combination of anti-Semitism with an idealistic goal was like smoke and mirrors, because you had everybody focusing on the idealistic goal, and anything in your way is justified. Sounds familiar. Whether they were conscious of it or not, the German and Austrian killers had been indoctrinated by the regime's relentless anti-Jewish propaganda, which penetrated every crevice of society and whose slogans they at least partially internalized. Slogans they at least partially internalized. Slogans they at least partially internalized. Does that sound familiar? In general, the major anti-Jewish measures the Nazis would take from then on in the various domains were not only acts of terror, but also symbolic statements. Symbolic statements. Symbolic statements. Sound familiar? The dual function expressed the pervasive presence of ideology within the system. Its tenets had to be ritually reasserted. Its tenets had to be ritually reasserted. Its tenets had to be ritually reasserted. Let me give you an example of a timeline of 1933. Hitler took power in January. First thing they started to do was the members of the Academy of Arts and Sciences had to sign a declaration of loyalty. Sound familiar? Then they started to boycott concerts that had Jewish artists, Jewish musicians. Some Jewish musicians were asked to resign so the concerts could proceed. Boycotts. Sound familiar? Directors of arts and sciences had to resign from their board membership. Small stuff, relatively, because the justification was excessive Jewish influence. Then there were some acts of violence, but this is where it gets really clever. US newspapers and US Jews started to condemn the persecution. Hitler seized his opportunity. He didn't mention anything about what he was doing that was wrong. He mentioned that the articles they were writing were wrong. The reporting of what he was doing was wrong. The history that people were teaching were wrong, not the actual acts. And so he came up with an idea. We're going to boycott the Jews on April 1st, 1933, countrywide boycott. And he justified it by saying the US is trying to exert their dominance on us. He even negotiated with the US and said, if you renounce Your criticism of Germany, we will not have a boycott. On March 30th, the UK and the US said, yes, we will renounce. Guess what happened? Just like what happened yesterday. Germans said, forget it, we're gonna have a boycott anyway. And they went forward with the boycott on April 1st, all Jewish businesses. And they learned a lot that day. You know what? No one complained about it. Some cities had boycotts, some didn't. No non-Jew complained about it. Actually, the only complaints they got were non-Jews that wrote letters to Hitler saying, we're afraid that if you keep this up, we're going to lose our jobs if we work for a Jewish business. That's what they were afraid of. Hitler learned, no resistance. Why? The big goal, Aryan blood. 7 days later, he passed the law of the restoration of the professional civil service. Sounds grandiose. It just meant every Jew had to resign from the civil service. Grandiose words. They try to manipulate them. Redemptive anti-Semitism. Let me give you another word for redemptive anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism. It's taking the anti-Semitism and it's adding a big goal to it. The biggest goal, world peace. In their minds, world peace will be achieved. All the evils, racism, bigotry, are all tied into this enormous goal. Anything can be justified. That's literally what led to the extermination of the Jews. I have 10 family members that died in the Holocaust. My great-grandmother was in Auschwitz. She was gassed on March 16th, 1944, cremated 4 days later. Her daughter was sent to Latvia, Riga, was shot in a forest. My grandmother's brother and his wife and his 5 kids, aged 9 to 18, were sent in a cattle car. I have the number of the cattle car that was sent to Belarus. They were lined up in front of a pit and shot. Then what the Germans did is they took the Lithuanians that shot the Jews, put them in a truck and gassed them. A year and a half later, to try to hide the evidence, they took the bones and lit up a fire, okay? They have not, I'm trying to teach history because they refuse to believe any of it. They think that the Jews have started this thing. The Jews wanted peace from the beginning. They came to this country because that's all, the only place they had to go. Thank you for your time, for giving me time. Thank you.
Atlas Hutchinson.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Atlas Hutchinson, and I am a human rights major. I studied Israel and Palestine at an academic level, and I'm here to speak to you about your responsibility as elected officials. I appreciate your attention this evening, and this evening I want you to recognize the power you've been given by your community. Can we take a second and do that, please? I would love it if you would look at me when I speak to you, because it really seems like you're not listening when you look down at your computer. I want you to recognize the way you are willfully abusing the power you have given by your community. I condemn the narrative that you are each somehow powerless in a representative democracy, as if you were not voted into this position in order to act on behalf of public, not private, nor personal interest. That you are a docile, non-committal committee, that we are talking to the wrong people. You make commitments to real estate developers, to arms manufacturers. You make commitments to each other, that none of you might act in a way that disturbs this fragile peace of mind that you manage to maintain, despite your willful abuse of your responsibility to every citizen of Asheville, not only the ones from whom you profit. Your responsibility is to the people. You feign support for an end to violence, paid for by our tax dollars, violence which has only ever been sustained in order to further your ever-weakening peace of mind, this fantasy world in which you have no responsibility to act. You are being irresponsible. Your complacency only benefits yourselves, and only as long as you can continue to ignore your humanity. I call for you to care about someone else as much as you care about your own peace of mind. Who told you that the people in Palestine are your enemies? Who told you that anyone could deserve the violence that we are seeing Israel carry out? Why does your care stop where your self-recognition stops? And who told you that they are not like us? There is no us and them. There are people, people just like you. Why don't you care? And don't tell me that you do while you continue to withhold your power as public officials to communicate the will of the people into de jure terms. You are being irresponsible so that you can avoid listening and you can avoid caring. I implore you to act, recognizing your humanity. Otherwise, any peace of mind that you may be able to cling to will be forever tainted with blood. What are you willing to sacrifice to make an impact, whether it be effective or not? Are you willing to sacrifice your personal comfort to save someone's life? I wonder what guilt you must carry for your iniquity, what shame you must feel for your cowardice, and I wonder if it is worth it. Thank you for your time.
Paige Huziak.
I hold here a list of all the progress that's ever been achieved in American history by merely voicing concerns to federal politicians. It is a complete list of all the rights and freedoms obtained by simply writing Congress. It has a name of every single person who's ever been freed from bondage and enfranchised. It contains every amendment written and every act passed to increase liberty as a result of leaving voicemails for senators' secretaries. You may notice this list is blank. It is because all progress has been achieved when the common people force their political representation to act on their behalf through local action. Sit-ins at lunch counters raised their grievances with local businessmen instead of presidents. Bus boycott demonstrations were discredited as merely bothering hardworking bus drivers with no control of the law. Students protested at college campuses across the country in opposition to the Vietnam War, even though college campuses aren't where our generals meet. Suffragettes did not always go to DC before chaining themselves to railing, throwing bricks through windows, and committing arson. They lobbied their politician and their community wherever they were. This is federalism in action. This is change from the bottom up, and this is the only way that things have ever changed. This is why I call on my representatives now to demonstrate that I'm not complicit with the genocide being carried out with my tax dollars. It is a symbolic measure intended to gain the attention from federal politicians with the assistance of my local representation. I am also calling my congressmen and my senators. I'm willing to protest my president wherever he dares show his face in public. But sadly, these people are hiding from their constituents. They are hiding from our voices. I believe that as ceasefire resolutions are passed across this country and eventually even in this small Appalachian city, the dissent cannot help but be noticed, even by those who try their hardest to bury their heads in the sand. This genocide ends the second Americans stop spending their tax dollars to the IOF. Take it from former Israeli Major General Itzhak Brick. All of our missiles, the ammunition, the precision-guided bombs, all of the airplanes and the bombs, it's all from the US. The minute they turn off the tap, you can't keep fighting, you have no capability. Because this genocide ends the minute my government stops funding it, I will not stop fighting until that end is achieved. I don't care how mildly traumatizing it is to the council members to hear our dissent week after week and month after month, because it pales in comparison with the plight of Palestinians. So much as to be totally insignificant. I don't care about the emotional discomfort of being asked to say, hey, your constituents don't want to pay for genocide. I want to not pay for genocide. I will not be complicit in genocide, and I will not be silent during a genocide that my government orchestrates. I cannot do anything else. As mildly traumatized as the council may be, I ain't doing so great neither. I cannot cook a meal for my family without thinking about the people starving in Palestine. I cannot sleep in my warm bed at night without thinking about the fact that every second that I am not out here fighting, I am contributing to the oppression of these other people.
Thank you. Nicole Lopez.
I have been thrilled to see the recurring theme of a commitment to racial equity throughout tonight's presentation. The Cease Harm Equity Audit listed a key harm as county and city government's lack of wide-scale racial equity training. I hope council includes training on anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia when implementing the recommendations from the audit. I would like to echo our brilliant presenter, Yasmin, who should not have had to take time out of her day to counter racist talking points that directly harmed her. An Arab Muslim Palestinian woman had to make a PowerPoint presentation and had to go through and quote things that were racist and dehumanizing against her as that community is experiencing a wild level of violence, a genocide. That is unacceptable. I left the last meeting feeling disturbed by the nature of comments peddling the deaths of Syrians in their civil war and the deaths of North Carolinians who have died by overdose as bad faith statistics to show why we shouldn't care about Palestinians who are dying on our tax dime. The fact that a commenter was allowed to curse during the presentation and to interrupt another person's comment, cursing at the entire chamber without any type of confrontation, while somebody silently shakes their head and is met with a confrontation. Calling out racist, problematic behavior is not an attack, it's accountability. I believe the personal attack that was mentioned actually is not even an attack that was, there's nothing mentioned in this meeting today. That was an article written by the Asheville Blade. We don't work for the Asheville Blade. These meetings are public. These meetings are a matter of public record, and they're reported upon. What we say is reported upon. The death toll is quickly escalating. These are people, they are not numbers. When preparing talking points for the last meeting, the death toll was 30,000 plus. By the time of the last meeting, 31,000 plus. As of today, 32,000 plus people. Over 14,000 of them are children. Nothing justifies this. Nothing justifies massacring civilians and children. Nothing justifies attacks. Nothing justifies attacking hospitals and healthcare workers. Nothing justifies a genocide. This behavior has to be condemned, just like it's important to condemn open and flagrant racism in the halls of our city governance. It's important to condemn a genocide. In the last meeting, you stated that we are exercising the wrong channel of civic engagement, that we should be going to our senators and representatives. That is actually what we are asking you to do by passing a ceasefire resolution, is to amplify the calls that we are making every single day that are being ignored by Chuck Edwards, Tom Tillis, and Ted Budd. Please, please pass the ceasefire resolution and use your voices to amplify ours and represent us in the higher halls of power. The least you can do is bring this to a vote. Thank you.
Jonathan Wainscott.
Hey again. My name is Jonathan Wainscott, and I wanted to take note of the Cease the Harm audit and how Ms. Mosley picked up right away on key harm number 1, I think it was, the insufficient data-driven practices to determine the level of African American participation in county and city opportunities. Here's an example. Although it's not covered in the reparations audit for 3 years. This is back in 2018. So again, I'm going to talk about Senate Bill 813. When it was passed in June of 2018, we had voting districts here in Asheville. And so what that should have done is the Buncombe County Election Services should have updated their voter rolls and voter registration to reflect this new jurisdiction. I just got my voter registration, and it even says district change. We had a district change on here, and we were notified about this new thing. But the lay of the land, as Brad Branham said in the workshop back in the day, what we had in Asheville at the time were district elections, district system. For 16 months, that was what we had. And the Buncombe County Election Services never updated their data so that we could analyze what the demographics were in these districts with 100% precision. I went there all the time and asked them whether or not they would update the information. I would come to City Council and go, hey, we're still waiting on this. Included in Senate Bill 813, it wasn't just you have to abolish your at-large election system. They provided a map, and they provided the shape files. The shape files to create the map is written in the law. And Corrine Duncan never updated that information. And I called the Buncombe County Election Services out on this when I ran into Jake Quinn at a elections integrity panel thing. And I said, hey, this happened. And he said, no, we never had districts. We had districts. We did have them. That was the thing that we did, okay? That's correct. And he said, but it didn't matter because the city was going to change the charter anyway. So we were going to change the charter, so no harm, no foul. No harm. Like earlier, we said that not getting the data caused harm. Every voter in this city was caused harm when the election services didn't let us know what our new jurisdiction was when it came to city council elections. And then we ran out the clock and we brought the charter change up right as the North Carolina General Assembly was going out of session. And so, you know, they weren't going to take it up again. Shady deal, totally legal. That's what we did 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Good luck on reconciling 2,000 years of history from the Asheville City Council.
Rebecca Anderson.
I don't feel safe with that person or any of those people.
Will you pull the microphone down a little for you?
I don't feel safe with anybody who doesn't want a ceasefire. My name is Rebecca. I live in Asheville. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm Jewish. And I watched the video on YouTube from the last city council meeting and was struck by the discourse and, Mayor, frankly, your statements that expressed viewpoints, I'm afraid, are based in myth and bias and shirking the responsibility of public office to respond effectively. So I wanted to respond to your points in kind of a numbered format to be clear and succinct. So one, you invoked your concerns over anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and yet you did not suggest any way to diffuse tension in the community. You did not take responsibility to act. I full-throatedly condemn bigotry in any form, and I would give you a hint that a way to diffuse tension would be to de-escalate, call for a ceasefire. By now, everyone who's thinking clearly understands that America has no place in a religious war, and also that this conflict is not also religious war, Jews against Muslims. The conflation of Judaism with Zionism is crazy and dangerous. But it is between a political entity, the State of Israel, and the Palestinian people who are indigenous to the region. The community here is pissed off at watching our tax dollars being spent on the relentless bombardment of Gaza that has spiraled out of control into a genocide that is plain to see. It's broadcast 24/7 on live stream, and yet when we say never again, Israel needs to be stopped, we are called anti-Semitic. Number two, you told the people who elected you to represent their collective values to go somewhere else. We are not the body to make it happen. Go talk to Congress, although you admitted in almost the same breath that the frustrating fact that Congress is not here. We have you. And anybody who's contacted our senators know that they are pro-Israeli fanatics who do not acknowledge the Palestinian people. These are mostly young activists here trying to exercise their civic duty, not seasoned organizers. And you're really posing an obstacle to their call for peace. The people speak, and we expect our elected officials to amplify our calls from city council and county to state and Congress, White House to the global stage. We want a ceasefire, and even on the global stage, where a ceasefire has been called by the United Nations, it is not being heeded. And three, lastly, you invoked.
Thank you.
This picture was taken today of a starving child.
Thank you. Council, that concludes the general public comment portion of our agenda. And with that, we are adjourned.